cinema. Chat. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hello, cinema. What do you think? Pretty good? Pretty good. Big news, guys. You don't need your permission slips today. It's okay. Everyone can come. Before I explain what you're donating for, I'm going to thank people who've already donated, even though they don't know what they're donating for. Alocat, thank you for the $25. Mick, thank you for the $100. Cubs Fanatic with the $100. Tortilla with $101. Sneaky. Bartone with $5. And Giga's Rules with 15. Thank you guys so much. Welcome to another episode of Conservation Uncharted. We're at World Bird Sanctuary today. Okay, very, very exciting stuff. We're going to meet a ton of birds today. We're going to meet a bunch of vultures today. This is very special because International Vulture Awareness Day is tomorrow. So we're getting some really, really special experiences here. So your guys' support in the form of donos is bigger than ever today. We're all very excited to be here. We're going to learn a ton. Hurricane, thank you for the $50 donation. Really? Yes. Yes. We did a walkabout to test the backpack. Everything looks good. Not to jinx it. All the birds are looking awesome. We're going to see some enrichment today. We're going to see some training today. And we're going to be a part of a flight program today in their amphitheater. They're really doing it. It's going to be amazing. Dementiza, thank you for the 5. Wolf, thank you for the 105 or 102. Sweaty Tripod, thank you for the 15. And Logan, thank you for the 50. Guys, World Bird Sanctuary, if you don't already know, is a nonprofit there to protect and preserve birds and their habitats through conservation, rehabilitation, and education. So we're fundraising specifically today for their foster forest program. We're going to have Kelsey, their director of education, tell you a little bit more about that in a second. You guys might notice you have a couple commands today. One is WBS, which is World Bird Sanctuary. It'll take you to their website so you can see more information. And then another command is Command Top Donator. Very special Conservation Uncharted today. The top donator is going to get a plaque on a rehab aviary in the foster forest, which is very cool. That is why people are donating in increments of 1. That's why there's 100 and then 101 and 102. Currently, our top donator is Wolf 1 at $102. So Wolf 1 may be getting a plaque on a rehab aviary. They do really important rehab work here at World Bird Sanctuary. Last year, they had 751 birds come through here. And so they're adding more space to be able to rehab and release more of those individuals, which is very, very cool. Their goal is to have 1,000 patients come through the hospital by 2029. The really cool thing that I learned today is that the numbers are increasing, not because more birds are getting injured necessarily, but because more people are finding out that they can bring birds here for wildlife rehab, which is very cool. So we're also spreading awareness for that today. Again, check out their website if you want more info on that. Holly Champ, thank you for the $5 donation. Does that all make sense to you guys? Are you caught up? Have I said it all? Are you ready to rumble? Okay. Okay. Excellent. I am going to introduce you guys to someone very cool. We have Kelsey, World Bird Sanctuary's Director of Education, here today. So we're going to be walking around with Kelsey, and then we're also going to meet Kirsten, and she's a keeper, so she'll do some enrichment and training. So you guys will see that, and then we'll meet some other people later. But this is Kelsey. Hey, everybody.
Hi, Chat.
Kelsey.
It's nice to meet you all. I'm so excited to have you all here today. We have some very special birds to meet today. As Maya was saying, we are raising money for our foster forest. Essentially, as she was saying, last year we had 751 patients come through the hospital. We are running out of space for these patients, which is a awesome problem to have because that means we're able to help them, but we also need to make sure we're ready for more patients as they come in. One of our biggest time sinks as far as patients is concerned are the great horned owls. Those birds, the babies, they have them really early in the spring, and it takes a long time for them to kind of learn how to be a bird and watch their parents so they know what they're doing. So they're here for a long time if they come in through rehab. So that's the first foster forest aviary we're trying to build. That's the one that your name on a plaque is going to be on there if you're the top donor.
Cool.
But
Eden Envy is now our top donator, by the way. Donate $105. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's what we're working on. We want a space that we can put these birds birds so that we're not at a bottleneck to get birds back out into the wild. We want to make sure we can get them back out as soon as they're ready, and that way they're not hanging out here with us when they're ready to be wild birds again. So we have raised some money for the foster forest, but we are like 15,000 or so shy of getting the rest of this rehab aviary built for the great horned owls, so we'll be focusing on that. Some background on our facility. We were started in 1977 by Walter C. Crawford Jr. He worked at the St. Louis Zoo at the time as a bird keeper. He was friends with Marlin Perkins. If you're in the conservation world, Marlin Perkins is a pretty big name. He is involved in a lot of organizations here in St. Louis especially, but he encouraged Walt to fund a place that can help injured birds of prey. So that's how we started, was with that rehab focus. And now we've expanded. We do conservation work. We breed some really awesome endangered species to get them back out into the wild. We also do lots of education here. So we're going to see a lot of awesome birds. We're going to do some enrichment here in a bit with some vultures. Yay! Maybe some training. Any questions so far?
I think so far we are good. Make sure you guys are donating through Twitch Charity today and not through Stream Elements. We're on Twitch Charity, so if you're on desktop, it'll be where the sub button normally is. Pessimistic, thank you for the $15 donation. I will keep shouting out donations throughout the stream today. Should we get walking?
Awesome.
Ready?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And you guys are free to ask questions as we walk around.
I'll go back.
I'll try to read them out for you. Connor is cameramanning today, everybody. So
Be
pray
careful
that he
of those
doesn't
stairs.
fall. We will see. Vultures and no Kayla. Hello.
She's here.
She's
You
also
guys might
mic'd
see
up.
me cry today, chat.
Yeah, she's very excited. I'm very excited.
And I can see that Kirsten is ready for us. So we are going to start with a vulture species. We'll see it when we get up here.
Should we get Connor's mic on Kirsten? Hello.
Yes.
Yes. We're going to put a mic on you.
Is that okay? Just so you can explain what you're doing. So it's just a magnet, so one goes on the inside of your shirt. And then on the
So
outside.
Kirsten has set up lots of enrichment for us today at several different vulture species, so I will let her tell you about the birds and what she's doing. We're starting with Dynasty. Dynasty is an Egyptian vulture. This is a species that we are working to breed to get back out into the wild. We are partnered with Volpro in South Africa, and we actually just sent a couple of Egyptian vultures to South Africa to start a breeding program at Volpro. Our goal is that hopefully someday we can release them back into the wild. Dynasty is one of our education ambassadors, so I'll turn it over to Kirsten to let us know about the enrichment, and we'll get started.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to just run on in. One of the fun facts about Dynasty is he is actually a different subspecies than the majority of the Egyptian vultures we have here in the United States. He is of the Indian subspecies, which is super rare, and so much so that in the United States we don't have any females right now, and so we don't have anyone to pair up with him, unfortunately, so he is strictly education.
Depressa, thank you for the $50 donation. It burns of 75. Negative Toast 25. Chickle 25. Merger, thank you for the $200 donation. Phoenix 25. Benny Blanco and Hazardous, thank you for the 23. We've hit $1,000. Thank you guys so much for your donations.
Thank you, thank you.
Have you guys ever seen a vulture like this? Isn't he cool?
I want to know who didn't expect to see a vulture like this, because they're such a striking vulture. Right, Kayla?
Chat is my favorite. Dynasty really wanted to look good for you guys, so it seems he took a bath right before. So he is drenched. So the first thing is I got to get him to come down, and that is completely up to Dynasty's terms. Sometimes he takes a hot minute just because he's an older bird and he likes to just take life slow.
Zenben, thank you for 25. Satang, thank you for the 50. Tara, Hazardous, thank you guys for your donations today. We're going through Twitch Charity today. Top donator is going to get a plaque on a rehab aviary in their foster forest here at World Bird Sanctuary. So keep that in mind throughout the stream.
That slow tiptoe over to you is so funny.
He can fly. You'll just notice that with a lot of birds, if they don't have to, they're not going to.
Ooh.
Go on,
Munkin, thank you for the 50. And Volzrin, thank you for the $250 donation.
Come on, sweetheart.
So for those of you who are just clicking in, we're watching Dynasty, who is an Egyptian vulture, and Kirsten Kirsten, who is a keeper here, and she's giving him enrichment, and it looks like it's a whole egg.
So this species of vulture, besides just eating things that they find that are already dead, they do also eat eggs. It's one of their favorite things. So depending on the size of the egg, is how they're going to get to the lovely center. So today I just have a plain old chicken egg, and he's eventually going to come down and show us what he does with it. But these guys are also known to eat ostrich eggs.
Wow.
So that means they are tool users. He will find a rock and actually break the ostrich egg by dropping the rock on the egg. But for eggs that are big enough for him to get, many times they will just pick up the egg and then throw it on the ground. Oh my goodness, sir.
Meek, thank you for the 50. Smiley, thank you for the 5. Finkel, thank you for the 25. If you guys have some questions about Dynasty, you can ask them, and I can throw them out for you.
He's making sure that egg doesn't know he's coming.
He's sneaking
Yeah,
up.
you gotta be real sneaky.
Vultures are very smart. That's something a lot of people don't know about them. Like Kirsten was saying, Egyptian vultures use tools, which is a really interesting behavior and not something you see a lot of time in the animal kingdom.
Oh my gosh.
He said egg.
Some people are asking how old he is.
He was born in 1990. Anybody can do some quick math in chat?
Oh my gosh, look at him go.
He's like, I'm gonna take this egg where you can't
Yeah,
see it.
No one can see.
This is my egg, so
They said, why is he so cute?
This is a good question. I ask that daily. So he was able to break it open very easily. So now he's eating the yolk out of the center. Again, very smart bird, so
You're
he
good.
knows
You're
everyone's watching, so that means nobody can see.
They're also asking what their lifespan is.
ooh, great question. Do you know the answer to that one?
I never
so
know lifespans.
I know,
For the record.
Unlike dogs, the bigger the bird, the longer they live. So a species like this is probably going to live into their like teens or 20s naturally, and then in human care, many times we can double and sometimes even triple lifespans depending on the species and the individual. So he may be an old man, but he's got many years.
And chat, just so you know, we have around a little under now, but 200 residents here. So knowing all of their birthdays is really difficult. I did bring my cheat sheet so I can look it up today, but I am going to ask you to do some math because I'm not trying to do a bunch of quick math.
That's great. They can do that.
Was that really good, sir? I have one that I accidentally already dropped, so he can have that too. But
Maybe he'll stay a little bit further out
thanks
so we
for
can
the
actually see him.
help.
Good.
Somebody asked if they're Somebody asked if they're featured in ancient art.
Yes.
If you guys want to tackle that question.
They are. Vultures around the world have meant different things for different cultures. Egyptian vultures were a revered species. Kirsten's actually been doing a lot of research on that for iBadge. She's been helping to kind of put together that program, that event for us. So I don't know if you want to speak more to that, Kirsten, about what they mean in ancient art and that kind of stuff.
So with specifically the Egyptian vulture, they were
That was easy.
more symbols of people in a lot of the Egyptian culture. And so rather than in many cultures and mythologies where an animal symbolizes a certain trait, in an Egyptian, many times it's an individual. So the mother goddess, she is represented by a vulture. But of course, everything has flown out of my mind. But one of my favorite things about this specific species is they are often called the Pharaoh's chicken, because they are a symbol of royalty. But I don't know, it just makes me really happy that they're also called chicken. Pharaoh's chicken.
One other fun question P. Beanies asked, does he have any behaviors that are unique to him? I think they want to know a little bit more about his personality?
So Dynasty is not just smart, he is very smart, which makes him very stubborn. So he has figured out that when we want him to do something specific, whether it's voluntarily weigh or go to a certain perch or such, or we want him to do something a certain way, he will try and wait us out or figure out how to do it exactly not what we would like. He's very smart. He knows what he's doing. It's always Dynasty's way. It's never anyone else's. He's been taking a bath every day. He's really kind of confused. He was in a different habitat for a little while, which was the first time he has had so much dirt in so long that he covered himself with dirt. He is still washing it off. He should be beautifully just clean white, but he has rolled in that dirt so much it's almost permanently stained his feathers. Egyptian vultures will do that in order to look younger so that they're more appealing as mates, because that means they'll live longer.
That's so interesting.
So a young Egyptian vulture is actually going to be brown in color and not this white with the yellow faces. So when she says he's wanting to look younger, it's that brown on there that's like, oh, actually, I just got my white feathers. I'm really young.
That will not work for you.
Yeah, I would say for Dynasty, he does approach things very warily just to make sure everything's good, and he's real stubborn. But it just makes training with him a lot of fun. Enrichment's a lot of fun. He's usually really curious about boxes and anything he can shred or inspect.
Heroic, thank you for the 5. Guys, thank you for the $1,600 in donations so far. Reminder, we're at World Bird Sanctuary today, and your donations are going to their foster forest, so their rehab program. They brought in 751 birds last year, and they're looking at another record year this year, and so they're needing more space to rehabilitate these birds and release them into the wild. That's where your donations are going today. The top donator is getting a plaque on a rehab aviary at World Bird Sanctuary, which is very, very cool. They also do lots of other cool work in education and breeding and I'm missing one, and rehab. Rehab, conservation, education.
Awesome. And the first aviary we're working on is the great horned owl aviary. They're the ones that take the longest time in care because great horned owls have their babies really early in the season, and then they're with their parents for a long time. So we desperately need this aviary so that we can make sure we keep moving our birds through. We want them to go in the wild as soon as they're ready to go back out into the wild.
Perfect.
Is this facility open to the public?
It is, yes. So we are on our public walkway right now, actually. We'll be a little bit behind the scenes later, but we are open to the public every day of the year except for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So yeah, come see us, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We are doing we have special events throughout the year. So Kirsten is in charge of our IVAD event, International Vulture Awareness Day. So we'll be doing some special shows, some special enrichment during that. We have shows in the summertime that are included when people come on site. You can just see that. It's not an extra cost. And then we've got private programs we do all the time, school programs. We take our birds to other places, which is a lot of fun.
Cool.
A lot going on here.
Perfect.
Chat, one of the other cool things that you should look at today when you see these many different species of vulture is the shapes of their beaks. And then you can think about why they might be different. And then at the end, maybe we'll tell you.
Yeah, maybe. For feeling like it.
Maybe.
The fun thing about birds is when you look at their beaks, it almost always clues you in to what they eat. And you're going to see a lot of raptors today, so you're going to see a lot of commonality in their beaks.
Eden Envy, thank you for the $395 donation. In addition to your previous large donation, I'm pretty sure Eden Envy is the top donator right now. Monochrome Roller, thank you for the 20. And McBree, thank you for the 5. Haley, thank you for the 15. Remember, guys, we're going through Twitch charities today, so make sure you donate through Twitch charity and not Stream Elements.
And as we're walking around today, we're going to be looking at a lot of vultures. You guys might have talked about vultures in the past on why they're not doing as well in the wild. A lot of vultures suffer from poisoning. When you are a poacher and you're out in the wild trying to catch an animal or kill an animal for whatever you're trying to do, whether it's like black market trade or whatever, you see vultures flying around because they can smell the dead thing that you just killed. And if you're a poacher, you don't like that. So a lot of times people will poison whatever it is that they killed. They'll take the pieces, say it's an elephant and they just want the ivory tusks. They leave the elephant body there, they take the tusk, the vultures come to feed on the elephant, and then it kills the vultures because it's been poisoned. Habitat loss is another huge issue, and climate change is another huge issue. So vultures across the world are declining pretty drastically. Luckily, here in the United States, our turkey vulture and black vultures are doing pretty well, but they're pretty much the only ones that are doing well at this point. The rest of the vultures are declining, and they're a really important part of the ecosystem. Vultures are what takes the disease out of the ecosystem. So anything that can make you sick, they're cleaning it up, and they're so important. There have been studies actually in India when their vulture population collapsed and they had a crisis. They realized that without the vultures, something needed to come in and kind of clean up all of the dead animals and carcasses. And what happened was things like rabies and distemper started to run rampant because feral dogs actually took over that cleanup crew. And they're not physiologically built to get rid of those diseases. When they digest things, they don't take that disease out of the ecosystem. They actually get sick and spread it. But vultures don't get sick. They take that disease out of the ecosystem. So they're so important. And in India, it cost them billions of dollars to try to fix that problem because of how much the disease spread was running rampant. So very important to have these animals in the wild.
Glory, thank you for the 5. Molsky, thank you for the 25. Flickmack, Lynn Levy, Angry Koala, Wyatt, Massachusetts. Thank you guys for your donations.
So wet.
Connor, you're doing great with the wire.
I'm trying. It's a workout. That should have worked out beforehand.
Really just started.
Ella, thank you for the $50 donation. Pigeon, thank you for the 5. JT Thunder, thank you. Chipotle Party, thank you for the 50.
Somebody asked what his wingspan was.
Ooh, what do you guys think his wingspan might be? Any guesses? Sometimes it's hard to guess with birds how much they weigh and how big their wingspan is because they're very misleading. I'll let some guesses in chat and we can see what we find.
We have 6 feet, 5 feet, 4 feet, 8 feet, 120 feet. Okay.
Wow, okay, we're trying.
4 feet, it's like 4 to 7 is their guess.
So bald eagles are going to be closer to like that 6 foot range. He's going to be a little smaller than that. I don't know exactly. Hey, Kirsten, do you know his wingspan?
Pray for Connor's arms, chat. Also, someone asked if this
5,
species is endangered.
maybe 6
They are.
feet.
Maybe 6, yeah, a little
Maybe.
smaller than the bald eagles.
Yeah. You're going to have a lot larger wingspans when it comes to vulture species because they're a soaring species. They need that length, whereas birds like hawks have much wider wings so that they can maneuver through trees and canopy a lot more.
A lot of times if you're looking up in the sky and you're watching birds fly around, if you see a bird that's not flapping very much, it's usually a vulture because they're just catching those thermals and flying around and using that to fly. I mean, obviously they do flap, but they're really just trying to ride those wind currents.
Perfect.
Chat, the Egyptian vulture is an endangered species of vulture.
Yes.
Somebody did ask, how can they digest dead things without getting sick?
They have very, very strong stomach acids. So whenever they eat something that is diseased or sick, it just doesn't affect them. They're able to kill that bacteria in their stomachs, which is a crazy, awesome thing to do.
Somebody asked a pretty good question. His yellow face, would that be a hindrance in the wild?
Ooh, that's a great question. A lot of times when we're thinking of animals that have lots of color, it usually is a hindrance. Or it's something that the males have. In a lot of songbird species, you see this where it's like, I'm big and beautiful, which means that I'm going to make the best partner ever. I don't know that in Egyptian vultures if that's really ever been an issue.
The thing with vultures is they don't need to sneak up on their prey. If they do, something's off. So coloration doesn't make a difference for them, so they can be more ornamental in their looks without that being a problem in their daily life. As well, not many things prey on vultures themselves, so again, they don't need to hide. So they can be these bright colors. There is some pretty cool species of vulture in South America, and those are colorful. King vultures, they bring in every color, I swear. The lesser yellow-headed vultures and the greater yellow-headed vultures, they have all these beautiful colors because it doesn't matter. They can.
Beautiful.
He's showing off for you guys.
Fanatic, thank you for the 25 midnight. Nuclear, thank you guys for your donations. Yes, he's T-posing. Jack.
I'll do the H. Maya does the O.
H, T, T, T.
Somebody asked if they have a predator, and I think probably we can all agree that the biggest threat to vultures is us.
Yes, with a lot of wildlife, especially top carnivores, raptors, people are going to be their biggest issue.
Vultures themselves don't have many predators. It's just more about competition for them. So other scavengers is what they have to deal with. So a scavenger may end up harming a vulture in order to get to the food that is available, and in the process become part of the food, but they don't usually have predators.
Mitch, thank you for the 50. Axel, thank you for the 25. Fanatic, Midnight, thank you guys for your donations. All right, good questions, guys.
I've got one more really good one that somebody asked. Why is this throat bald?
All right, so that one's special. It's because he just took a bath, so normally you can't see that. All his feathers would be nice and fluffy, and he would just look like a nice orb. But since he took a bath, you can see it a little bit more, and that is actually a very specialized section of his neck. It's called a crop. The crop helps break down some of the normally undigestible matter they would consume, such as bone, and makes it digestible. So that looks larger as he consumes food. So since he just ate some food, it's going to enlarge and look bigger than normal. When it's empty, of course, it's not as prominent. So many times you'll see birds right after they have eaten, and it looks like their neck just got really fat.
You guys weren't supposed to notice that. How embarrassing. No, great job. Great eye.
I brought a book with me called Vultures of the World. And I actually read something that I had never actually heard before about crops and vultures. And like one of the reasons that they're prominent is so that if they like go back to a community roost, it signifies that they had a good meal. So it's like also a form of communication,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Right.
Awesome.
Should we keep
Do you want to keep going?
walking?
Chat, he took a bath himself. Staff did not bathe him.
We didn't give him a bath.
All right.
All right. We can stop at any of these. So up here we have a broadwing hawk. I don't know if you can see him very well. If you can't, we can
Dark
keep going.
in there.
It's pretty dark. This is Clarence. Clarence is one of our education ambassadors. He is here because he had some head trauma from a collision. We get a lot of birds in through our rehab hospital that have been hit by cars, or maybe they flew into the side of a building. Clear windows are not friends for birds because the birds will see the reflection. It looks like open sky, and they try to fly through it, and then they hit it. So he's unreleasable because he has some head trauma issues. But he's actually on vacation right now. So all of our education ambassadors get 6 months of vacation. We're trying to figure out how to do that for staff. But they get to spend 6 months on, 6 months off. So a lot of times he will go with us to education programs around the state, around the country, and help teach people about the issues that birds face in the wild and his native species. Broadwing hawks are a native species here in Missouri, so it's one that we find commonly in the trees. And he's here being a great ambassador and enjoying people watching up here.
Applejacks, Efron, thank you guys for your donations. Look, we got a little guy over here.
This next bird, this is an American kestrel. Her name is
Little
Lee.
girl.
What's really fun about American kestrels is that they are sexually dimorphic. That's a big phrase. I don't know if you guys have heard
They
this
know.
before. You know it?
Yeah.
So we'll have some answers in chat. You can tell that this is a female because her wings are more brown. The males have like a slaty gray blue wing. And Lee is here because of a wing injury, so she is
Show them that
non-releasable.
poster.
Yeah, you can see the graphic over there on the habitat. And Lee actually just got back up here. So when we get baby kestrels that come in through our rehab hospital, we have some birds that actually can go behind the scenes and foster the babies that we get. And Lee is one of those foster moms. So she just returned up here because she just finished fostering a bunch of baby kestrels that we had. And that way those babies don't imprint on people. They learn to be a bird. They learn that they are kestrels. They look to Lee as oh, that's mom. She can teach me what to do, so that when they go back in the wild, they're ready to be wild birds. So
This is a falcon, Chat.
yes,
Little one.
little falcon. She is full grown. This is not a baby. We get that question a lot because they're so tiny.
Prague, thank you for the donation.
Falcons eat other birds. So when you're looking at falcons, she looks awfully tiny and you might be thinking, what on earth could she eat? She can eat things like insects or small rodents if she wanted to, but lots of favorite foods for falcons are going to be different birds. And that's her favorite perch. She's almost always there waiting for us.
Cute.
As we walk around today, you guys might notice that a lot of the perching in some of our habitats is very low. Many of the birds that we have here are here because they are non-releasable, and a lot of them have wing injuries. So Rose, the short-eared owl in this habitat, is here because she has a wing injury. She can't fly super well. She doesn't get around super well as far as getting to high perches. So we have lots of low perches so that she's got options to go wherever she wants to go. This is her sleepy face. So if you are able to look at the picture of her on her sign, that's her awake face. But she's very sleepy right now, so her face looks a little bit different. So cool.
Chat, can you hear that bird screaming in the background? There's a couple. I don't know if they can hear it or not.
Probably not.
Oh, let's face it, I started recording at the beginning.
Connor's recording. Space.
We'll probably hear some more vocalizations later, too, with some more of our birds.
There's one that you're hearing right now that you've probably heard on the pasture cam.
Oh, we missed.
Oh, we did, yes. We can go back to Styx if you'd like. Styx is a sharp-shinned hawk. Styx has a right wing injury and a head injury. Now, as we're going, I might say he or she, or I'll just pick something. A lot of times we don't actually know what sex the birds are, and that's because we're not going to test for that unless we need to know. Many of these bird species are not sexually dimorphic, so the only way to really tell is to actually test them, or if we know it's a really large bird, sometimes their weights will be within a range that we're like, oh, it's probably a female, or if they're smaller, they're probably a male, but we don't always know unless they're going into a breeding situation. But Styx is one of our newer ambassadors. He lives up here pretty much year-round. It's a native species. And he loves being up here people watching. A lot of our birds love people watching. We do have a behind-the-scenes area, so birds that are not comfortable being up here, we don't force them to be up here. We always make sure we're picking ambassadors that do a good job up here and they're comfortable. And he has loved being up here since we got him, so...
Say, Chat, it's probably pretty rare to see a sharp-shinned hawk that close, because a lot of sharpies and coopers can be pretty jumpy guys.
They are. And they're so small.
Yeah, so it's not really, I think, common to see them on display like this and have them be so comfortable. It's pretty cool.
This is uxmal. Uxmal is a spectacled owl. So this is a South American species. She's preening and making sure that she's nice and beautiful for you guys today. So uxmal was born in 1992. She is one of our older ladies, and she's another one that really loves people watching. She was a education ambassador. She is retired now. When we say education ambassador, sometimes that means that the birds like to live up here on our public display area and people can see them as they're walking by. Sometimes that means that the birds are comfortable being on the glove and we can take them to schools or big events or festivals and actually teach people about the birds that live with us. So she used to do that, and now she's kind of retired to her life of PR over here, hanging out and being a beautiful bird.
Android, thank you for the $50 donation. Do they do breeding for release here? They do.
We do, yes, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But if you didn't miss it earlier, you'll have to go back in the video later. Egyptian vulture is the bird that we started with. We actually breed for release into the wild. We've partnered with a place in South Africa called Vulpro, and we just sent 2 Egyptian vultures out to Vulpro. Mississippi Kites went in on the conversation. And so we're trying to establish breeding pairs in Africa. It's a lot easier to release birds back in the wild if there are breeding pairs in the country already for those species. So we are working with the San Diego Zoo as well as Vulpro to get the Egyptian vulture back out in the wild. We have some other species we work with as well. We'll get to some of those later. But we have lots of ambassadors that are really good just to show you up close. What we've learned about birds and animals in general is if you don't see them, then why do you care, right? If you don't get to see what they're like and experience their different behaviors, then it's hard to have any kind of care for them. And they're so important in the environment.
Ooh, snack.
We're having breakfast up here today. These are Mississippi kites. This is Queen and Pip.
Yum. Sarah, thank you for the $100 donation. Thank you so much.
It looks like a mouse or something up here today.
Yes.
So Queen is an imprinted bird and Pip has a leg injury. We have lots of birds that are imprinted. For those of you who don't know what imprinted means, it just means that they don't understand that they are a bird. They think that they are people. And sometimes that's because people might find them in the wild and they're injured and they want to help. And we understand absolutely if you want to help wildlife, just know the right way to do it. For birds, when they're very young, if they're not taken straight to a licensed rehab facility, they can imprint on people, which means they don't understand that they need to go hunt for their food or how to be a bird in the wild. They think that people are the ones who give them food. So it's not a bird that would survive in the wild. We have a lot of imprinted birds here. So make sure you know where your rehab facilities are for wildlife.
Chat, you might recognize these ones. Next door.
Give me 1 second. You're gonna eat it. Come on, finish it.
You can do it.
No.
They've been working on it for a while, like since we were down there.
Mama Llama Bahama, thank you for the $50 donation. Molly, thank you for the 25.
This next bird is a red-shouldered hawk. This one's name is Flip. Flip is with us because of a left wing injury. Now, we named Flip because the feathers on his left wing grow in upside down. So if you were trying to be a bird that flies in the air, having your feathers upside down does not help you fly. So because he cannot fly very well in the wild, he would not survive, which is why he is here with us. He hatched sometime in 2009, and he's one of our most vocal birds in this section of our public area. He makes sure that the keepers know exactly when it is time to get fed. If any of you have dogs or cats at home and they're like, okay, you feed me at 5 o'clock, it's time right now, that's Flip. He lets you know. And then this habitat here, we have some American barn owls, forest and goblin. These are birds that have been education ambassadors for us. So they will fly over crowds of people when we're doing programs. The really awesome thing about barn owls is their incredible rodent control. Barn owls started disappearing all over, everywhere actually. This is the most widespread bird, really. You could find it anywhere except for Antarctica. And these guys were actually endangered in Missouri. When we were founded in 1977, barn owls were one of the first species that we really focused on breeding and getting back out into the wild. We have released over 1,100 barn owls back into the wild in Missouri, and they are no longer endangered in Missouri.
Wow.
So we've been very excited to
cool.
be part of that project, and that's why we continue to have them in education programs. This is a secretive bird that you're not going to see very often. We want to make sure that people understand that this is an important bird. They were disappearing because of pesticides and rodenticides, so things that are trying to kill pest species in the wild. Those poisons do not play nice with the bird digestive system. We talked about how vultures can get rid of diseases, but they don't digest pesticides or medications very well. So when these guys were eating poisoned mice, it would decimate the whole family. And barn owls are going to be more effective at getting rid of the mice anyway. So we recommend building habitat for barn owls instead of using rodenticide.
Riley, thank you for the $5 donation. How you guys doing so far? Having a good time? Batcat, thank you for the 50. Okay.
There's a lot of birds here, so if you guys have any questions, let us know. I'll do the best I can.
Somebody asked, are Flip's feathers a natural occurrence? Is it a birth defect or some kind of mutation that causes his...
That is a great question. I
Upside
don't
down
know. Do you know
feathers.
So the reason Flip is here, his name actually suggests what happened, is he got an injury to that wing, and there was so much trauma to that wing that the follicles now cause the feathers to grow in upside down or flipped. So that is why he has his name.
So it was that injury, that trauma to it. Thank you. That's the part I was missing. This next habitat has some eastern screech owls. They are very secretive little birds.
We recently had one in our chat on our stream taking a bath in our wolf dog pond.
Wow.
Chat really appreciated it, didn't you, chat? You loved it.
Incredible. So Riker and Nitro both have wing injuries and live here with us. Nitro also, you can see on the picture on this habitat, has a head trauma injury as well. Do you want to tell anything about them?
Nitro is blind in that right eye. But one of the interesting things about owls specifically, if they come into our rehabilitation hospital with an injured eye that results in them being blind, as long as they are adults, there is a chance they can be released. They have such amazing eyesight, and the fact that they rely a lot on sound for hunting, that they can survive with only one eye. Not something we really do with any other species, but as long as they're adults, they have a better chance of survival. If they are young, hatchier, that is then blind in one eye because they don't have an established territory in which they can really know where to hunt and all of that. They have a much lower success rate, and thus they usually are deemed non-releasable.
You may notice as you're looking at the signs that they are different colors. So eastern screech owls have a couple different morphs. There's a gray morph and a red morph. So Riker is that gray morph, Nitro is that red morph. I don't think there's a lot really rhyme or reason why they're born in different areas, different colors. It's just kind of something that happens naturally in nature. We have them that are on the glove that are flying in different morphs. We've got the ones out here that you guys can see as you're walking through that are different morphs. But as far as I know, there's not really been a lot of...
One of our education screech owls, her name is Winnie. She is a red morph, but her parents are both a red morph and a gray morph. She was an oops baby. It's an example of how science can give us so much information and nature still does what it wants. We have a screech owl here we were told was a male. We did a genetic blood test. It said male twice. And then there was an egg.
Wow. Somebody cheated on their test.
Somebody did. The fact that we did this test twice and we ended up with an oops baby. Winnie is a fantastic education ambassador. But because of that, Rusty, her name's Rusty, she has moved behind scenes for conservation breeding rather than being out on exhibit.
Lumber, Hugging the Raven, Unicorn, Trill Tackler, thank you guys so much for your donations. Connor's walking backwards. Connor, how are your arms?
They hurt.
Somebody said, is
you
there
gonna make
anything you
it?
can do to our windows to make them less hazardous for
Yes.
birds?
If you go online and just Google bird safe windows, you can find stickers to put up. There's some striping that you can put up. There are a lot of things you can put on windows that don't make it so that you can't see out of them, but they help to get rid of that reflection so that birds don't run into them. So that's a great question. Hurston's actually put a lot of bird safe decals on our windows here at the sanctuary to make sure that we don't get any window strikes here. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I'm a little excessive in how I do the windows here, but you don't really need a whole lot. It's really just helping those birds better see that that is an obstacle, not a way through. So there's really cute little, they look see-through to you of decals of like little birds or flowers or whatever, but because birds can see into the UV spectrum, they see that there's something there I can't fly through. And it just doesn't obstruct your view at all. They can be really cute. They can be really big. The windows I have on our hospital completely covered in something called kaleidotape, so it looks like the windows are completely white. In fact, when you go inside, though, you can see out perfectly well.
Cool.
I should build you guys an eagle nest that I built 4 in the wild that are being used.
Yeah.
Rocksters Boxers, thank you for the $25 donation. If you guys are just joining the stream, we're World Bird Sanctuary. Today they do conservation, they do education, they do rehab, they do release. This is their raptor hospital. We're fundraising today for their foster forest, which is part of their rehabilitation program. They saw 751 birds last year, and they're expecting to see more birds this year, and so they need more space. So there's a command WBS in chat so you can get to their website, and there's a command top donator. If you're the top donator today, you're going to get your name on a plaque on a rehab aviary for great horned owls.
Yes, great horned owls.
Which is very, very cool, very special. Conservation Uncharted. And we're doing a bit of a tour right now. So we met an Egyptian vulture back there. We met some owls. We met kestrel. And now we're on
Avian Avenue.
Avian Avenue.
Mm-hmm. We're
so
creative
we're
when we name things.
a bunch more birds. Really cool birds. You guys are gonna lose your minds. Make sure to donate through Twitch Charity today, not through Stream Elements. This is a fundraiser, as you guys can tell.
And we're so excited for you guys to be here, so thank you so much. This next bird is Chatter. Chatter is a laughing kookaburra.
Chat, it's you. Right there.
She's in the back. And Kirsten, feel free to chime in if you want to.
Evan, thank you. Russell, thank you.
Chatter, she is a lovely lady. So she is quite a bit older, especially for a kookaburra. She was hatched in 2006. She came to us from the Milwaukee County Zoo, I believe, and she was supposed to be an education ambassador there. She wasn't a huge fan of that, and so she was transferred to our sanctuary because we have some pretty strong ties with that zoo. And she's been a great, just on exhibit education ambassador for kookaburras. And about, I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, she decided, I'm at an age where I need to have eggs every winter. So that's been really fun because we keep telling her no, and she says, why not? And every year we get more eggs.
Oh my gosh.
So Chatter is pretty confident one day maybe she'll have a baby. We just don't have a male for her.
Does she call back if you call at her?
She doesn't. Oh my goodness. It is one of the most frustrating things because she does her call when she wants to. There are only 2 things that kind of can get her going. One of them is a specific staff member that helps do our yearly physicals with our birds. So she'll call to that person because she doesn't like that person. And many times pileated woodpeckers.
Huh.
She needs them to understand these are her woods and they have no business thinking they are better than her.
Yeah,
so when they fly in and start making calls, she's like, I have the bigger beak and the louder noise, let's go.
Fat Cat, thank you for the $350 donation.
Wow.
Incredible.
For context on the eggs, like Kirsten was talking about, so birds will lay eggs even if they don't have a mate. And as they get older, it's more dangerous for them to lay eggs just because it's a very hard process on their bodies. So when we have a female like this who is getting up there in age, we want to make sure that she lives a long, healthy life. And we don't want her to keep having eggs if that endangers her. So we do all that we can to make sure that she's having a nice life here, but she doesn't have a male with her. The eggs are infertile. So we try to minimize the risk of her actually having those each year so that she stays safe.
This one is so cool.
She's so excited to see you guys too.
This bird is so cool, guys.
This is Sterling. Sterling is a silvery-cheeked hornbill. I love her. She's fantastic.
Silvery-cheeked hornbill.
Look at her. And she's pretty new up here to Avian Avenue, so she was behind the scenes. And this spring, summer, we decided, hey, let's put her up here and see how she does on Avian Avenue, and she loves it.
She's thriving.
She is normally very vocal. This is, I think, the quietest I've ever seen her. She is so different from a lot of the birds I work with here because it's primarily birds of prey. So it's really fun getting to work with her and seeing what her favorite foods are. Whoa. She loves blueberries and grapes and clearly is not graceful, but she's still adorable. Hornbills are a really cool species. They are primarily frutivores. They'll eat other things like insects, but primarily she eats a lot of fruit. So grapes and blueberries are the top thing she eats. But one of the cool thing about hornbills is you'll notice that her beak looks real funky, and it's supposed to look that way. It's called a casque. It's thought to be what amplifies her call, so it can be heard further away.
Mini
so
Pearl,
the casque on a male is much bigger.
Mini Pearl, thank you for the $100 donation. Somebody asked what this is. This is a silvery-cheeked hornbill, a bird I have never seen in person before, and I bet a lot of you haven't seen at all before. So cool.
Another really awesome thing about the birds that look darker in color, a lot of these birds that look black, if you see them in the sunlight, their feathers have this like iridescent sheen to them, and they can look all kinds of different colors. We actually posted a picture a while back of one of our ravens where she looked hot pink, and people thought that we had edited the photo. We did not. It's just the way the sun was hitting her feathers, and she looked hot pink or purple. You'll see some like blues and greens sometimes, but the iridescence is just beautiful on their feathers. She's like, you are here to see me, obviously. You'll notice she hops around a lot. So silvery-cheeked hornbills are going to be a species that she can fly if she wants to, but the hopping around is kind of her main form of transportation. So she's going to hop from branch to branch, from vine to vine. It's kind of an interesting way to see these birds move around. We always think of birds as flying in the sky, but they do all kinds of fun things.
This is my favorite thing she does. She preens from underneath. She goes around her perch. It is, I don't know if it's a species thing or a her thing, but it is one of our favorite things to see her do. That's how she preens her feathers. Preening means cleaning.
Oh, wow.
She's preening her tail feathers, and she does it around the perch.
Merger, thank you for the $100 donation. Somebody asked, how do you evaluate how comfortable they are being in the public?
Oh, great question. So we're looking for behavior, and any behavior that would indicate that they don't like being up here. So if they're just kind of restless in their habitat, or if they're vocalizing and we know that that's like a I'm not happy being here vocalization, we're making sure that they're still eating the normal amount and at the same times that we would feed them every day. We just want to make sure that they're living a nice, comfortable life and that they're still preening and taking care of themselves. Anything else, Kirsten, to add to that?
Usually with a lot of our birds, it's something we kind of figure out before we even move them up here. We don't just put a bird up here because we think it's cool. We do assess what is best for the individual. One of the mottos we like to live by is we don't force our birds to do anything they don't want to do. So if a bird is not comfortable being up here, we're not going to force that. So I did, a while back, we used to have a secretary bird whom I loved. His name is Adder. And I was working really hard for him to be able to be on exhibit. I actually was doing training specifically so he'd be comfortable in front of the public. And he ended up getting transferred to a different zoo, but I just got to go visit that zoo and see him on exhibit.
Wow.
And it was really awesome to see that training working out to his, like, he's doing great there and thriving, not just being there, but he's thriving and living his best life. Yeah. So sometimes there is a little bit of training in there to teach them that they're okay.
Yeah. So we do training for husbandry to make sure that they're comfortable. A lot of relationship building with these birds. So Kirsten goes behind the scenes to birds that we might bring up if they haven't been up here before to build that relationship so that when they come up here, they're comfortable with her and they're comfortable being out here. So that's a big part of it.
Sibley, Gaifu, thank you guys.
Mayhem is our next bird. This is a white-necked raven.
Mayhem. Hello.
We love corvids around here. So ravens, crows, they're very, very smart birds. Mayhem knows how to recycle. Does Mayhem paint?
I believe Mayhem paints.
Mayhem
yes.
paints.
Is it okay for me to stand on this?
Please do.
Yeah, you can. Mayhem is on vacation right now. Sometimes Mayhem does programs with us and we'll recycle. And so we like to teach people of, hey, if this bird can recycle, you can recycle too. So he does a very good job with that. The one really awesome thing about corvids is that a lot of times they will cache their food, so go hide it somewhere, and we were able to kind of capture that behavior and transfer it over to a recycling behavior. And we'll see that later actually with one of our crows, where she's going to pick up cans and put them in a recycle bin for us.
DeLuise, thank you for the $10 donation. We're I think over $3,500. Thank you guys so much for donating today. Again, we're through Twitch Charity today. Top donator is going to get a plaque put on a rehab aviary at World Bird Sanctuary at the facility we're visiting today.
There we go. Freaking finally.
$3,568. Thank you guys so much.
Incredible. Thank you.
Amazing.
Somebody asked, if a lot of these birds don't fly, if they don't want or need to, can that cause health problems?
Oh, good question. So we have some birds that are education ambassadors that do fly every day. It's just part of their workout, but they enjoy doing that. If a bird doesn't want to fly, it doesn't have to, but we keep a very close monitor on their health. We make sure that they are still heavy enough, like they need to be. They're not too skinny. If they need a little bit of exercise, we can do that for them. Anything else you want to add to that?
We have birds here that have one wing because of collision injuries or something else that we ended up having to amputate a wing. So clearly one side of, it's called a keel, it's their sternum. One side of the keel, they're not going to have as much muscle mass as the other side. So we do monitor that a lot closer. But birds don't have to fly to build those muscles. In fact, a lot of times our birds will just sit on their perch and flap because it's just as comfortable that way. That's another way they can exercise those muscles. As long as they are eating healthy and we are monitoring them constantly, we do these yearly physicals. He sees Kelsey. We're able to monitor the health of these birds. So really, birds can fly, but they don't have to maintain their health.
Yeah.
Your basic thank you for the 10 and Pure Gold and Zenben. Thank you guys for your donations.
Flying takes a lot of energy. We missed Evelyn, if you want to see Evelyn. Flying takes a lot of energy. So if you think about wild animals, they're not going to be running fast or flying fast if they don't have to, because it's so energetically expensive. I don't know about you guys, but if I had to run a sprint every time I was going to go eat something, I would be so upset.
Yeah. I just wouldn't eat.
So if they don't have to, they oftentimes won't. Evelyn is a peregrine falcon. She's here with us because she has a wing injury. And you'll notice her perching is very low. She likes to hop around. But peregrine falcons are the fastest animal. So they can go over 240 miles an hour. These birds eat other birds, so this is a falcon species again. And when they're flying at these incredible speeds, they're actually going really high up in the sky, and then they kind of drop into what's called a stoop, and then that's how they get their food. They kind of go down like a bullet or a teardrop as fast as they can to get the food, other birds. Peregrine falcons, one of their favorites are pigeons. So a lot of times we see animals that don't do well when humans start expanding, but peregrine falcons, since they naturally in the wild will nest on top of tall cliffs, are able to kind of translate that into big cities on top of tall skyscrapers. Mm-hmm. So we have some falcon cams where we actually will watch some wild falcon nests, peregrine falcons, to make sure that they're doing well, but they have been able to nest on top of buildings. So this is a species that does well, and there are lots of pigeons in the city, so they're well fed too.
Drew Boy, thank you for the 10. Nanny Moose, thank you for the $100 donation. And Jury, thank you for the 15. I saw another question, why is it so quiet if it's a bird sanctuary? And that's because we're looking at birds of prey, not parrots, if that's what they're used to, is 4 screaming parrots.
Also, yeah. I think I don't think I know. I just fed everyone, so we're kind of in there.
Is that too?
After meal,
some of them are loud. We did see a very loud eagle earlier today that you guys will see.
This is Barnaby. Barnaby is a British barn owl.
Give your best British voice plan.
I can't. I don't do it.
No.
Did you guys hear that from Connor?
I don't have a mic on.
Well, that's good.
That's our
Barnaby
joke.
likes tea, not coffee.
Yeah. The only difference is they have a British accent.
There you go.
That's Barnaby's favorite spot. Sometimes people ask us if he's real. I promise you he is, but that's where he always will be. If you come to visit, he's going to be right there.
Occasionally he'll switch sides.
Yeah, but not often.
On a really crazy day.
Yeah.
Big owl, guys.
Yes, this is Bogart. Bogart is a Eurasian eagle owl. So here in Missouri, we have great horned owls that look similar to this, but this is a European species. Bogart is a education ambassador. He lives up here year round. He's another bird that really loves people watching. He also really loves his keepers. A lot of our birds, whenever it's that time of year where they would be making nests and having babies, they will present gifts to our keepers, and they're like, "You're my girlfriend now, right?" And Bogart is one of those birds.
Yeah, we have to actually put up a sign for a decent portion of the year that says, if he's on the ground making squeaking noises into a corner, he's okay. It's okay. That's actually normal. Because Eurasian eagle owls actually nest on the ground in a sense. It's usually on like cliff edges, but they make a whole bunch of different scrapes, so it's just really just moving a couple rocks out of the way. They don't add twigs or anything. They don't nest in hollows. And then they show the options to the female, and she gets to pick if this is adequate. So that's what he usually does for my supervisor, and I will walk in. He's like, "Look what I made for you." And it's like, "Oh, buddy, I think we've gone over this a few times."
Now, chat, we're going to teach you our most favorite science word. If you look at the top of his head, you see those feathers that are sticking up. Those are called plumicorns. They are not his ears. They are just feathers.
It's so good.
But it helps us to kind of see if he's interested in something, if he's sleepy. Those move around. Think about like how your eyebrows kind of show your expression sometimes. It's similar to that. But plumicorns.
Interrupt, thank you for the 50. Echo, thank you for the $100 donation. Bitter Galaxy, thank you for the 25. Pure Gold, thank you for the $3.
Thank you guys so much for donations. Like Maya keeps mentioning for us, we are raising money for our foster forest rehabilitation aviaries. We're working on a great horned owl aviary behind the scenes. We get lots of birds through our hospital each year. We had 751 patients last year come through our hospital, and we need more space so that we can help more birds. So we're expanding drastically behind the scenes. We're on track to reach 1,000 birds every year by 2029, which is huge. Yeah. It doesn't mean more birds are getting hurt. I know a lot of times we're like, oh gosh, but it just means people know where to bring them now. So we want to make sure we have a facility that can care for them when they come in.
And the top donator today is getting their name on a plaque on one of the rehab aviaries that we're talking about. Currently, Eden Envy is in the top spot with a $500 donation. Thank you so much. I love this enclosure. It's so cool.
We call this our hawktagon.
Hawktagon.
Because there are 3 different species of hawks in here.
Someone's trying to steal our credit card. Alveus, can you help?
What do you need me to do?
No.
Okay.
So in this habitat, we have Dakota, the Swainson's hawk, Blaze, a red-tailed hawk, and then Caspian is the auger buzzard. Kirsten, why do we have so many different species in this habitat together?
This, again, is one of those, we go off individual personalities, and these 3 individuals are super calm. They just don't really acknowledge anything else, so they can live together beautifully. As you can see, they really they're pretty peaceful birds in a sense. This is not because this species specifically does well with other species of hawk. It's just these 3 individuals, they get along and it works out, which makes it just a little bit more fun. It's enriching for the birds as well. Birds of prey tend to be solitary when it comes to being by themselves from their own species, but many times they are still going to encounter other species, so this is a form of enrichment for them. You may notice that Blaze, our red-tailed hawk, also looks a little bit different than maybe what you think a red-tailed hawk should look like. Red-tailed hawks actually come in 14 different subspecies or morphs. So he is of the Harlan's red-tailed hawk subspecies, and specifically, he is a light morph of the Harlan's. So the majority of Harlan's are dark morph. He is a light morph, which makes it even more interesting. So he's still technically a red-tailed hawk. It's just the very tips of his tail are red. The rest of him is pretty light in color, which makes him just that much more interesting.
AMH Russell, thank you for the $105 donation. Jackie, thank you for the 25. Funfetti, thank you for the 25. And John Zilla, thank you for the 25. Amazing.
Also, we've got this bird right up here, I think you're looking at right now. His name is Caspian. This is actually a great bird to talk about today, specifically since we're kind of focusing also on vultures. This is an auger buzzard. A lot of people associate the word buzzard with vultures. It is not a vulture. Buzzards are actually hawks from Europe and Africa. So this is a true buzzard. The term was just brought to North America in reference to animals that eat, or birds that eat things that are already dead. So it was applied to our turkey vultures, and it just stuck. So many times people will come in and actually think we put the wrong name on our signs. But he is an auger buzzard, a species from Africa. This is also a look-alike or cousin species of the red-tailed hawk. Their tail looks so similar to the red-tailed hawk that unless you work relatively close with them, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between tail feathers.
He was born in 90, or hatched in 92, chat, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Caspian is a retired education ambassador. So we have birds here. Sometimes they're born in human care to be education ambassadors. And that's just because sometimes you don't get to encounter these species in the wild very regularly, or you may never see them. We want to make sure that people are able to see and learn about different species so that they can care about them and help them. We don't want birds to keep going endangered or extinct. We don't want other wildlife to either. So we have some species here that they're here to be ambassadors.
Chat, your wingspan questions.
All right, Maya, give me the measurement.
Could you hold this, Kayla? Unit of measurement. Peregrine falcon. Do I stand in front of it or next to it? Next to it?
You could do it in front of it so you can see how many Mayas
But
is a
then can
peregrine
you
falcon.
see it? Like that?
Okay.
Okay. Good. Nice. Red-tailed hawk. This is actually bigger than I would think for red-tail. Wow. Okay. Great. Maya for scale. Bald eagle. Big. Big.
Put your back on it. Hold it. There you go.
Big bird.
Yep.
Speaking of which, bald eagles. They know we're talking about them. Andean condor. Really big. Really, really big bird.
We often get the question of, what is the biggest bird? Is the Andean condor the biggest bird? What's the biggest owl? And it's really super fun because you have to go off of specifics. So when it comes to the biggest bird, if you go off of wingspan, that's the wandering albatross. It's actually got a longer wingspan than an Andean condor.
Yeah.
If you're going off of weight, it's a species of bestiaire from Africa. This is the largest flying bird of prey. Cool. You have to go that specific.
Good to know.
I think the heaviest bird overall is an ostrich.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Bald eagles.
This habitat is home to some of our bald eagles here. So I don't know how many of you saw the story of Murphy the bald eagle. Murphy went viral a while back. So if you didn't hear it, are you really online?
He's famous.
But Murphy is the eagle over here to the leftmost eagle. So Murphy decided at 31 years of age that he wanted to have a nest and a baby. And his baby was a rock. So he made a nest in the left-hand side of this aviary, and he found this rock that was like, this is going to hatch. And he put it in his nest, and he protected it and made sure nobody came anywhere near it. And we happened to, at the same time, actually get an eaglet through our hospital that we wanted to make sure was not going to imprint on people. So once again, imprinting just means that a bird or other animal doesn't understand that it is that animal. We don't want the bird to think it's people. We want the bird to know that it is a bird. So since Murphy was so diligently protecting this rock and seemed to really want to be a father, we actually took him behind the scenes to see if he wanted to foster an eaglet. And luckily he did. And he was able to be behind the scenes with this eaglet as it grew up. The reason we got the eaglet in is because the nest that it was born in, actually, the tree fell down in a storm. And some very diligent bird watchers noticed because they kept an eye on this nest. And the eaglet was the only survivor.
Oh.
This was bald eagle 126. We give our rehab patients numbers instead of names. Names mean that they're staying under human care. Numbers mean they can probably go back out in the wild. So that's how we differentiate. So 126 was here learning from Murphy how to be an eagle. And the only thing Murphy could not teach 126 was how to fly, because Murphy is here due to a wing injury, so he cannot fly. But we also had another adult eagle come in through the hospital that was working his way up to being released and getting those flight muscles back. So we sent 126 to flight school after Murphy was done fostering him. And that eaglet learned to fly with that bald eagle. And then we were able to go release it at Riverlands Audubon. So it was a full story circle. We were incredibly happy that Murphy did a great job fostering, and because of that, Murphy was a foster dad again this year.
Aww.
And he'll probably be a foster dad for many years to come for any eaglets that we get that come through the hospital.
That's so cool.
Very special bird, dad of the year, dad of several years.
Devna, thank you for the $25 donation. If you guys heard those vocalizations earlier, when I was standing in front of the bald eagle wingspan, that was these guys.
And probably Mitch. So Mitch is the bald eagle under the gazebo over here. This is her gazebo, and she's very vocal.
I think you mean gazebo.
Oh, gazebo, my bad, yes. So she likes to sit there. Mitch also has a wing injury, so her and Murphy stay pretty low. And then we've got Susie and Boston up top. Over here to the right, up top. Susie and Boston.
Susie is probably one of the largest bald eagles we have here at the sanctuary. I don't actually know her weight, but she is massive. In birds of prey, females are larger than males by about a third on average. She is blind in one eye, so you might see her fly, but her depth perception is not great, so she's just memorized where a lot of the perches are, but if she were out in the habitat of Missouri or whatever, she wouldn't be able to land on perches as safely. So that's why she is here with us. Boston has also follicle damage to his wing, and thus certain feathers don't grow in correct or at all. So he flies at an angle. It's really interesting.
Did you guys hear that? Could you hear him?
Yeah, he said, I want to tell you about eagles.
Yeah. Oh, they could hear him. Great.
Sorry, I'm so used to just like tuning them out sometimes.
No,
because
that's
they talk
okay.
to me constantly. There's the whole Hollywood lied to you thing.
Yes.
Many times they dub red-tailed hawk calls over bald eagles because the red-tailed hawk call is a lot more regal, whereas a eagle call is a cackling. It's just not as pretty.
That's
But
Connor.
Murphy's
But
is
it's a pretty good impression.
specifically unique because it always sounds like he just got over a cold.
That's cool. Cool.
We mentioned earlier that birds of prey usually like to be solitary. Eagles a lot of times... Oh, now Susie's going to tell us.
Thank you.
Eagles a lot of times will congregate like this in the wild if they're around a food source. So the rivers or streams, if there's lots of fish around, they might congregate because there's a nice food source there. So you will see them like this in the wild sometimes.
How you doing?
Great.
Great. Oh my gosh, chat. Cool bird.
Yeah.
Oh, also this.
Yeah. So this is Murphy and the eaglet 126.
cute.
We have a cutout for them. So if you come here, you can take your picture.
There's only one of me, though.
Kayla, go get the other one.
Kayla, do you want to be the baby bird? I'll be the baby bird. You can be Murphy.
All right, Maya's 126. Kayla's going to be Murphy.
What do you guys think? Oh, nice. Okay, cool bird. Way cooler than what we just did. Thank you.
This is Brahma. You want to talk about Brahma?
Brahma is one of my favorite birds here for so many reasons. He is a red-headed vulture. This is an extremely unique species. They are critically endangered, unfortunately. This species is on a massive decline. There is not even that many in human care throughout the world. He is the only one in human care in the Western Hemisphere. So if you want to see a really rare bird, come to World Bird Sanctuary. That's Brahma. He's out during the summer when it's warmer because he is a species from India. This is a prime example of a accidental poisoning of why the species is on a decline. In India, unfortunately, they do use a drug in their veterinarian care called diclofenac, which is it's poisonous to birds. And so when they go and feed on a carcass of something that's died, that's had that in their system, they're poisoned and you have a massive decline. And when something big dies, like a cow, you're going to have more than just one vulture show up. So that's a lot of vultures gone in just one carcass. These are a larger species of vulture, but what makes them unique as a vulture is they are actually a solitary species of vulture. They get together for breeding and a little bit of rearing of the baby, but that's it. Otherwise, they are found quite often by themselves. They do take 2 years to raise their babies, which makes it even harder to do breeding conservation with these guys, because that means they're only having an egg every other year. So if an adult dies, it's a big problem because it's already a slow rearing process to replace anything that's already died. So that's what a lot of facilities challenges they're facing is it takes so long to raise the babies that it's just not always successful. It takes so long, not always the pairings work out. So sometimes they do something called double clutching, which can be really dangerous. It's where they'll lay an egg. The conservation breeders will take that egg to rear with a puppet and then hope that the birds re-rear and lay a new egg so that you get 2 out of a clutch instead of 1, because they only usually hatch 1, maybe 2 in a singular clutch for those 2-year rays.
That is inconvenient.
Yeah.
Turtles, thank you for the $50 donation. Beef, JM Panamos, Divna, thank you guys so much. I think it was said this is a red-headed vulture and hatched in 1986. Pretty cool.
Enrichment?
Yes, Kirsten's going to do some enrichment.
Oh my
with
gosh. So cool.
So the enrichment I'm going to do is his food is going to be in a box because one of the natural behaviors of vultures is shredding. So not only is this interesting for him, but it works important neck muscles that would atrophy without the shredding they do every day on a carcass.
A few people have asked about his flaps and if there is a function.
About his
neck flaps.
Oh, the air conditioning.
Ah, cool.
So you'll notice that he's got, I kind of think of them kind of like earlobes. And he's got holes in his pants. Those are all for air conditioning. It helps cool him down. You may also notice that while he's been moving around while we've been here, he also has changed in shades of red. And that is another really cool way to gauge the, I don't want to say feelings, but like mood or some behavior of the bird. So when he's really, 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 really red, he's really excited. When he's a lot more pale, almost white, it's because he's a little bit more nervous or not sure. Hi, handsome, come here. So I've got this really fun box that I put his food in, and there is shredded up newspaper just to make it even more fun. And he, hopefully, will come and shred this. So I do give him his space because he likes that. So I don't usually try and crowd him. Also, right there, I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's his nest. He's put a lot of work into it.
I see.
He likes to rip up the grass and move it.
It's very
like
nice.
that. Exactly. I'm sorry.
Doing a great job, Chat.
You can keep going, buddy.
He's like, why did you put that in my nest?
Oh, he'll probably try and add a lot of that newspaper and parts of the box to the nest later after he's shredded it.
Lex, thank you for the $25 donation. What do you guys think of his pants?
I love his pants.
He said my pants.
He has the best pants. Box.
These guys are a prime example of, they often get anthropomorphized. People will give them human emotions. and they don't have those same emotions, but he's got such prominent supraorbital ridges, the bones over his eyes, that he just looks always angry, which can make him really intimidating. But he's just, in my mind, the most adorable thing ever. I'm sorry.
He's like me? It's true. So chat, your donations today we're running through Twitch charity. So make sure you're donating through Twitch charity and not Stream Elements. They're going to Alveus Sanctuary, which is the facility we're visiting right now. They do really great conservation work and breeding and releasing birds. They do rehabilitation work, which is what we're fundraising for specifically today. They're working on expanding their rehab facilities for a foster forest. And the top donator today is getting a plaque on a rehab aviary so that they can continue their really important rehab work. They saw 751 patients at their wildlife hospital last year and are expecting to see 1,000 patients a year by 2029. So they need to expand the facilities they have to help those birds get back into the wild. So that's where your donations are going to today. In addition to all of that great work, they also do really great education here. They're open to the public. But we're getting a lot of really special stuff today. You guys are getting to see a lot of really, really special stuff. So thank you for your donations. I hope you guys are learning stuff as well.
We do enrichment all the time for our animals, but usually you have to kind of be here at the right time to see it. So we've been able to set up Kirsten's got some awesome enrichment and training for us as we're walking through today, especially for our vulture species. Since we're focusing on them, they're critically important for the environment. Vultures are able to take diseases out of the environment. Without them, we'd have things like rabies, distemper, name a disease, honestly, and it would be running rampant through the environment, making everybody sick, livestock sick, your pets sick. So vultures are so important, and that's why we're really focusing on them today and for International Vulture Awareness Day. We're doing an event upcoming for that, but it's also an international event worldwide where we can celebrate vultures.
Is that a squirrel?
Yes.
Squirrel.
Yummy.
Yum. Wolf1, thank you for the $399 donation. Does that put Wolf1 in the lead, or is it still Eden Envy? Wolf1, thank you for the $399 donation. Wolf1 is now in the top spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Yes, going towards this foster forest that we're making, it's going to make be a huge help for us to be able to expand our efforts in rehab. As we continue to get more and more patients every year, what's happening right now is we're kind of at a bottleneck. We only have so many really big rehab flights for birds to be able to get their muscles back for flight to go into the wild. And so the longer that we have to wait for birds that are already in those flights to go out, then the longer the birds that might be ready to already go in the flights have to wait before they can get there. So by expanding, we're able to get more birds out quickly to the environment when they're ready to go and not have to kind of wait until there's space. That's why we're doing a lot more of this overhaul of our foster aviaries. Great horned owls specifically are in our care for a long time when we get the babies, because great horned owls have their babies at the very beginning of the year and they stay with their parents for a long time. So they're usually in rehab with us for a long time. So we're trying to make sure we've got a dedicated space for them. We're also overhauling and having a lot more natural enrichment in there, so they're getting used to things they would find in nature as they're healing and getting better, so that when they go out into nature, they're ready to go immediately.
Ashlyn, thank you for the 10. Pup, thank you for the $5 donation. Blue Skidoo asked, do they eat the fur and bones or just the organs and guts?
They will eat everything, because being a bird of prey means there is a lot of competition for the food. So a lot of bird of prey, especially vultures, will eat everything they can possibly eat as fast as they can and deal with the non-digestible matter later, usually by casting it up. Just like an owl does, all birds of prey do it. In fact, really any bird that eats more than just plants does that. Our kookaburra does it.
Eden Envy, thank you for the $100 donation. Eden Envy is now in the top donator spot. Says there more in the box.
A fun fact about vultures, when they eat their food, sometimes they eat so much that they're actually too heavy to take off and fly, so they have to kind of hang around and wait to digest a little bit. But if something were to come up that wants to maybe steal the rest of the food or maybe wants to get them while they're vulnerable, they will actually throw up the food they just ate as a defense mechanism. So
Very
that is a way
nice.
that they can deter things from coming after them. You can get a nice shot of his pants from here too. Look at those pants.
Those pants.
Pantaloons.
His pantaloons.
Critically endangered species. We're very
One of
fortunate.
our managers here, her mom recently went to India and actually got to see one.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
She sent a picture and we both were like, what?
I saw one.
Where and now?
Incredible.
Crazy.
We had a vulture restaurant that the organization I worked for raised money for. So they would call us when a cow passed away, and we would get to go out and see wild vultures come feed.
A vulture restaurant is a restaurant for vultures.
Yeah,
Not where they're
eat
eating
cows.
vultures. Just
The
clarification.
vultures come up to the counter, they order
But we
it.
did see
Not that either.
That's so cool. I'm so jealous.
And a cinereous vulture came down as
Wow.
well, which was really cool.
We have 2 cinereous vultures. They're behind the scenes. So maybe after stream we can go take a peek.
Whoa. So cool. Chat, they mentioned earlier, if you're just joining, this is a red-headed vulture, the only one under human care in the Western Hemisphere. Is that
Yes.
what you said?
Yes.
Insane. You guys were so lucky to see this bird. How cool. So cool.
And he was born in 1986.
Yeah.
Chat, how old does that make him?
Almost as old as Kayla. Really old.
What are you talking about?
Oh, chat.
I'm
big
in my
chickens.
prime. It's like Brahma.
Look who it is. Stomp. No, this is
Sprinkles.
Sprinkles. Hello, Sprinkles.
So Sprinkles is an emu. He was actually raised here at World Bird Sanctuary. We got him at hatch. Like our assistant director pulled his egg out from underneath his dad, because males are the ones that incubate. And when he hatched, we raised him here specifically for education.
He's just like
He is
Stomp.
very social. You'll see that he's doing this interesting pecking behavior. It's just something emus do. I've seen them do it at other facilities
Ours
as well.
does that, yeah.
They're not hungry. They're not looking for anything. They just do it. Very social.
I was really hoping you're gonna be like, it means this. I was so ready.
wish.
Because I don't know what it's for either.
So we do have 2 emus in here. We have Sprinkles and Costello. Males will often be in bachelor herds in Australia, so males do really well together. They are the much more calm, sweet ones. Emus, the females are a little bit more territorial. So we got
this
2
one
males. So
really
Sprinkles
looks
is
like
from
Stompy.
right here in Missouri. Costello came to us from Maryland. Costello is actually a retired herd guard. He used to protect horses from things like coyotes, bobcats, and such, because emus do really well with protecting herds. They graze right along with whatever animal they're protecting, and then they'll scare off what's not supposed to be there. And plus, look at that. A lot of people and other animals are not prepared for a bird that big.
Drum.
Amazing.
I can't get over how much that one looks like Stompy. I feel like that's Stompy.
We underestimate Stompy constantly, but really he's the one that keeps the pasture safe.
So cool.
We have great horned owls in this habitat if you'd like to see them.
great.
They're on this side. So this is one of our older habitats. We are going to be tearing this one down, and they are getting a new habitat built right now, actually.
Lilor, thank you for the $1,000 donation. Lilor is now in the top donator spot.
Thank you.
For sure. Thank you so much. That's incredible.
The 2 owls we have in here are Tiberius and Julia. Tiberius is the one that is sitting on the lower branch. Julia is up on the hanging branch. Tiberius is a bit older. Julia is a hatchier. She actually hatched this past spring. She is an example of she is actually blind in one eye. What we are guessing happened is when she fell out of her nest, she possibly got a puncture wound from a stick into her eye, and she's now blind in that eye because she is blind in one eye. She was a hatchier. She's non-releasable because she didn't have an established territory yet. So she was just decided to be a permanent resident here and put in here with Tiberius, and they've been fantastic roommates to the point where a lot of staff will walk by and be like, oh my goodness, they're not glued together for once? Because she will get so close. It's just one owl with two heads.
Cute.
She's also much bigger than him, but you wouldn't know it because she squishes into him so much.
Like the trees in the enclosure.
Yeah.
Yeah. When she first moved up here, because Tiberius is used to being with an older female that's moved on since then, but Julia was so excited. She was like, oh my gosh, you're my new best friend. And she would sit right next to him, and he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Cypress was his previous
mate.
roommate, was always just like, you can have that half, I will have this half. We do not need to be closer than that.
Yeah, Julia's very excited.
I love pelicans. I think they're so funny. Not that one, Chad. That
That's
one.
Gilly. If you could see Gilly behind the statue.
A lot of people miss him. But that's the whole point. The herons are really good at that.
Black-crowned night heron.
Gilligan just finished at zoo shows at the St. Louis Zoo. He was doing shows there. That just finished, so he got moved in here with our pelicans, Scoop and Mudflap. Mudflap's the one yawning, and Scoop is the one laying down. There's that really weird stretch that pelicans do.
They're so strange.
You probably noticed that Mudflap has a limp. She has some tendon issues in that hip, so she limps around a lot. So we actually had a donor come in and specifically had this pool made for Mudflap so we can take her weight off of that hip. So she spends a lot of her time in this pool. The pool is a bit lower right now. We have to fix a leak, but also it's helping Gilligan get used to this enclosure and not accidentally fall into the deep end because he wouldn't be ready for it. So he can figure out.
I don't know if you guys have seen him yet. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's hanging out.
There's a night heron in here as well.
He's a cutie. He's adorable. He is imprinted, so would not survive on his own, but very social with people.
But that does not make him a pet.
No. Trust me, you don't want this bird as a pet.
Oh my gosh, she's ready.
Chad, I take back what I said about. Oh. So strange. Oh, her little wing.
We have a lot of feelings today.
That was a really long conversation. Jeez.
Thank you, guys. Excellent.
So, Scoop and Mudflap, they are assumed male and female. We don't know for sure because with birds you can't tell the difference. There's no external feature unless they are sexually dimorphic by feather coloration. Sometimes they can be sexually dimorphic by size, but that's not always the best indicator. So we assume Scoop is a male, Mudflap is a female. They've never laid eggs. We don't know for sure, but they definitely act like a pair, and it doesn't matter. But they're just so happy together, and I think Gilligan moving in has even brought them together closer because Mudflap is outraged that there is an addition, which is not something that my supervisor and I were expecting. We were expecting Scoop because the reason we only have two is Scoop is not a fan of other pelicans except for Mudflap. So the rest of the pelicans we used to have actually went to the St. Louis Zoo, and we just have these two. But it is Mudflap that is outraged by Gilligan and his audacity of existing.
Chat, Gilligan and his audacity, everybody, as you can see. Can you believe that guy?
Little tiny Gilligan. How dare he?
Rathanon, thank you for the $300 donation. I didn't thank you because they were talking. I didn't want to talk over them. They're busy. Nick One, thank you for the $25 donation. We're over $6,000 raised today.
Wow, thank you guys.
Thank you guys so much. As a reward, we are coming up on one of the coolest birds on the planet.
That's right.
Again.
We're going to try to keep topping it, I guess.
Yeah.
Give me a countdown.
3, 2, 1.
This is Dorothy.
She turns.
She's like, you're here for me.
Dorothy is an Andean condor, and I don't often say this about birds, but this bird loves when people give her attention. The more enthusiastic people are about her, the more enthusiastic she gets.
So she liked the countdown.
So Vulture Awareness Day is her favorite day of the year. She shows off so much that day. It is so much fun because she knows it's about her.
Happy Dorothy Day.
This is one of the rare examples of a bird of prey where the males and the females do look different. Females have that beautiful smooth head with the red eyes, whereas a male has a comb on his head and the more golden
graceful.
brown eyes.
She is an Andean condor. Chat. Look at how cute is her face. Oh my gosh.
And Dorothy is really smart. So for our International Vulture Awareness Day, she's going to be doing some special trainings to show everybody how smart she is. Kirsten has been working very hard with her. She will station, she will weigh herself, which makes it nice for us when we're doing husbandry. She's also been learning colors, which is really cool.
Sneaking around. Yes,
Chat.
this is the one with the giant wingspan.
Guess how much she weighs?
Yeah, some guesses. How much do you guys think she weighs? Kirsten can probably tell us here in a minute.
30 pounds, 20 pounds, 65 pounds, 25 pounds, 30 pounds, 42 pounds.
Pause while Kirsten does conversions.
We don't weigh our birds in pounds, you guys. So we have to
15
count.
They're familiar. because we weigh
kilograms,
everybody in grams
30
as well,
kilograms, 200 grams. It's a crazy guess.
She's like, hi.
Also, chat, quick stick bug cameo.
Cat smells like vulture over here.
Also, quick jumping spider cameo.
Jumping
Okay.
spiders.
On chat.
I was right.
Oh my god.
So she last week weighed 8.34 kigs. So that is just over 18 pounds.
Wow.
And males get much bigger.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good shot. I'm so good at camera manning. Can I have a... Oh, no. Wait, there you went.
Jumping spider.
It's a really heavy flying bird, guys.
Yes.
This jumping spider weighs 18 pounds.
We have some adorable
Dorothy.
jumping spiders around
No,
here.
sticky.
I haven't checked to see if she's still around, but I found the biggest orb weaver I have ever seen.
Oh, she just walked into one.
You got spider web on you now.
Oh no.
Oh no! So Dorothy is with us because she was actually the result of conservation work we did many years ago. We participated in conservation breeding of Andean condors, where the offspring were being released back out into the Andes Mountains. We discontinued that project pretty much right after Dorothy hatched. All of her siblings either were released or sent to other facilities for breeding. And Dorothy was kept here for education to teach people about the success of breeding and human care. Unfortunately, this species is back on the decline, so we are going to restart this project with other facilities. We are working on getting a male imported to us. Actually, he's coming to us from Africa. She's getting her South American man from Africa. And once he is here, she'll be paired up with him, and their offspring will get released into the Andes Mountains and move to other facilities for continual breeding.
That's so exciting.
Yeah.
It's been a 2+ year
I can't
process to get this
imagine.
male brought in because it's so important to have new bloodlines in human care for these kinds of breeding projects, because you want to make sure everyone's as genetically healthy as possible. So by bringing in this male, we're bringing in a whole new pool of genes that will be a huge benefit for every condor here in the United States that is doing breeding.
And that's why when we keep animals in human care like this for breeding, it's so important, because if their wild populations crash, we want to make sure that we've safeguarded the species in managed care. So if we can make sure that those genetic lines are as diverse as possible and make sure that they're healthy, if there's ever a crash in the ecosystem for whatever reason, we can put birds or other animals back out into the wild as long as we have that safeguard here in human care. So this is a species that's really important. We're being upstaged by her neighbor a little bit. But this is a species that's very important to have in the wild, so we want to make sure that we can continue to release them.
This is an Andean condor chat. Oh, she's running.
She's excited because she saw that Kirsten is bringing something over
she
here.
have enrichment today.
Oh, I'm going to do some training, and you get to participate. So I'm going to have actually you two come with me.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, me too?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, she's excited.
She's like, I know what's happening.
She's
So
ready.
this bird really enjoys her training, clearly.
Kayla's gonna cry.
I'm probably gonna
So training is a form of enrichment for our birds, especially with vultures being so intelligent. Training is a lot like going to school. It exercises her brain, which is very important with vultures. So I'm going to have you guys stand right there for a hot second.
She's so cute.
So this is something she's been practicing for International Vulture Awareness Day. So you guys are helping us to make sure that we're reinforcing that she knows what she's doing.
Pick a color.
Green.
All right, so what you're going to do is you're going to take your stick, you're going to hold it at the very end. Make sure you have a good hold on it. And you're going to put it through one of the lower things and put it about 2 inches through the mesh. All right? And hold tight, because sometimes she'll try and take it from you.
I love that.
Okay.
Are you ready, Dorothy?
All righty. All right, Dorothy, you ready? Can you touch green? Good. So we've been learning our colors for just fun. This is just to exercise her brain. Can you touch yellow? Sometimes we get really excited and just touch what we can find. You have so much spider web on your face. I am so sorry, friend. The problem with being in the woods. Oh, you almost had it! Okay, we gotta reset for a second. We got a little bit too excited that we forgot what we were doing. Touch yellow. She does have this habit of picking a favorite color for the day, and that's the only one that exists.
Dorothy, green is also my favorite color.
Can you touch yellow?
She's like, I can, but do I want to?
And that's the whole thing, is that she gets to choose.
Fair.
Good.
Yay! You crushed it. You're perfect.
Can you touch yellow?
She's like, but you have the snacks.
I know.
You have the snacks. I see the pouch.
We've been practicing, and I think at this point she's just like, oh my gosh, this is the moment, guys, and she's forgotten everything. Because this is what we're going to do for International Vulture Awareness Day. You were so close! Touch yellow. Good. So, I don't know if you guys see me doing this, but I am using actually ASL for this because animals respond really well to both verbal and physical cues when doing training. She says, no, that's mine. So I found that Dorothy sometimes gets so excited she doesn't listen, but she does watch. So I've started using ASL to communicate with her better. So touch green. Touch green. She's like, I don't know, guys. This is a lot.
360.
She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it.
She said it's opposite day.
It really is. And this is why I love her so much, because she's just like, she does try so hard, but then she's also like, how can I push this today? Good.
Yay!
Good.
That was good.
She's so excited.
It's no good.
Touch green. Good.
Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
One of her favorite things is organ, so that is what she's getting rewarded with today.
Yum.
Touch yellow. Did you get it on there? Yeah. Touch yellow.
Ooh, fancy. Bonus points.
I can't get over how much spider web is on her face. I'm sorry, that's just, sweetheart. What have you done? I know. Touch yellow. Oh my goodness, I love you so much. Come on, this is your last one. You've got it. You got this. You can do it. Yay, good job. Good job. And that's what we'll do for today.
Amazing.
So good. You're just the best bird ever.
Blue Shampoo, Ben, B&W, thank you guys for the donations today to World Bird Sanctuary.
I love her.
She's so cute.
I love her.
Thank you.
I love this bird so much. She's adorable.
Oh my gosh.
And she's like, wait,
There's no more?
no, it can't be.
Sweetheart, that's what I got for you today. Well, I have more stuff for you for later, but that's it. I know. These are her baby wings. So cute. Very excited.
You did it. Good job.
You're beautiful.
He's like, aren't you proud of me?
I'm very proud.
Are you the best? Yeah. Sweet baby girl.
What's the keeper's name? We're with Kirsten today. And we are also with Kelsey. He's the Director of Education at World Bird Sanctuary. You can do Command WBS to get to their website if you want to learn more. Connor's cameraman. Just making sure to go backwards. I was saying before, I take back what I said about parrots being loud and bird of prey not being loud, because this bird of prey is very loud.
Yeah, you might be able to hear our next guest.
3, 2, 1.
This is Cousteau. Cousteau says, thank you so much for all the donations. We trained him to do that, right, Kirsten?
Oh, for sure. Definitely. A lot of hard work went into that one.
Cousteau is a white-tailed eagle. And he's a chatty guy.
This is a white-tailed eagle, Chat, she said.
So this is another species of sea eagle. These guys are actually closely related to bald eagles. He is an individual himself, clearly. I like to call him my alarm system because if I am working anywhere on this part of Avian Avenue or further and I start hearing him screaming like that, I know he spots someone he knows. And so I have the pre-warning if someone's coming that might be looking for me.
Chat, do you like his walk? I like his walk.
There's just something very charming about watching, like, them walk on the ground.
It's amazing.
It's
You're good at walking.
the silliest thing ever, and it's great.
It's really
Oh,
great.
yeah. It's a good walk. Yeah.
I actually,
That's nice.
we used to have another white-tailed eagle, and she would sit up on one of the further perches, come down to the ground specifically, and run through the grass when it was higher to get to the food that was over here. And it's like, you could fly, but you choose to run.
More screaming.
So Cousteau is here. He was here for conservation efforts for breeding. We no longer have a female. She was very old and she's passed away recently, but he was born in 1997. And like Kirsten said, this is a sea eagle species, so they're going to be fishing and catching food out of the water. So a lot of times when people walk by here, they see fish out for these guys, and he loves his fish. What's his favorite fish? You know?
That's hard. I think we tend to feed a lot of trout to our birds, but recently we got some carp, and they're all pretty thrilled about that. Catfish, when that one comes in, a lot of our birds really enjoy the catfish. It varies.
So, important conservation note on birds that eat fish. If you like to go fishing, we encourage you to not use lead sinkers. When lead gets into the waterways and into the fish, and these birds are eating fish, they can get lead poisoning. And essentially, lead poisoning is going to kill that bird, and it's going to be a horrible death. And a lot of the birds that come through our hospital have lead poisoning of some kind. So we're trying to keep lead out of the environment as much as possible. A lot of eagle species, like our bald eagle, are also scavengers. So if you are out hunting and you're using lead shot and that gets into deer that you're hunting, and then the birds come by and they eat the rest of the deer because you only take the parts that you want, then they're going to get lead poisoning that way as well. So we really love to encourage everybody to switch to alternatives and not use lead. These birds cannot digest that, and it is such a horrible way to go. We had a golden eagle a year or two ago that came in with lead poisoning, so much lead poisoning that we actually couldn't even calculate it in our hospital. It was off the charts. Our machine could not read it.
Oh my gosh.
No, she was not dead. But
Unfortunately, she did pass
She
away,
did pass.
and pretty quickly, but yeah, it was
Crazy.
It
Yes.
was insane how much she had.
And the medicine to get rid of lead from their systems was actually, we had a shortage at that time too. So we had that horrible thing of like, oh my gosh, do we even have medicine to help her? We tried, we were really encouraged for a while, and then she kind of took a drastic turn. But when lead is that high in their system, they don't often make it. So please help us keep these guys safe and take lead out of the environments.
Brockman, thank you for the $25 donation. Just Dan, thank you for the $5 donation. These birds are really cool. I've never seen these
Silver
before
pheasants?
this morning. Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be tough to shoot.
I got this.
Maybe
You can see probably
through
better
there,
here.
yeah.
So this is Lafayette and Adrian. They are silver pheasants. This species is found from in Southeast Asia.
So cool looking.
So
Jay, thank you for the
we
donation.
do get a lot of people through here that will say, oh, they're just fancy chickens. And I mean, they're not exactly wrong, but
Just kinda
we're
look like a chicken.
Chickens are just a different form of pheasant.
This is a sexually dimorphic species, so you can see the difference between the male and the female there. The males are going to have that bright, colorful plumage, really long ornamental tails. The female is a lot darker brown, because if the female has eggs and she's sitting on the nest, she doesn't want to attract anything to the nest. So she keeps her baby safe, so she blends in. And he has all these nice big ornamental feathers and bright colors to be like, hey, look, I'm a really good provider. I've made it this far despite having all of these awesome colors.
So this species that's in here, if you can find them,
Yeah, I don't know.
good luck. This is actually one of our big efforts right now. This is the Vietnam pheasant. This species is actually extinct in the wild. They haven't been seen since the early 2000s. So we are participating with other facilities in...
Can't see him.
Show him the
Still look
sign.
at the sign at least.
We are participating with other facilities in breeding them and actually sending them out to Vietnam soon. Our assistant director is going to go out to Vietnam to start setting up this project with, the World Wildlife Fund?
Yes, World Wildlife Fund.
They're going to send this. They're going to start setting up the aviaries so that we can do this release effort with them, and we're really excited about it.
That's awesome.
So this is Tammy and Ringo. Maybe they'll come out later.
That's okay. They saw the sign. They
Like we
could-
talked
they
earlier
could
about
see.
the Egyptian vulture, it's a lot easier to put birds back in the wild if there's a facility in that country already. So we're facilitating a growth of a facility in Vietnam to put these birds so they can go back into the wild. And their populations were decimated back during the Vietnam War. Agent Orange really just destroyed the habitat. So they've not been seen in the wild, but we're hoping to get them back out in the wild relatively soon, as soon as we can get that project really up and going.
Yeah. This is Caesar. He is another auger buzzard. I love this bird with so much of my being. He loves small children. It's really kind of weird, and I told him it's illegal, but he follows them. So if you come out, he will definitely stalk your child, and it's really interesting. Yeah, you.
He was hatched in 98, Joss. He's 26.
And he has really good pants, too.
Yes, he has the best
Good
of
pants, good pants.
Immaculate pants. And once again, if you didn't see the auger buzzard earlier, this is essentially the red-tailed hawk of Africa. They've got a red tail. They're a hawk species, even though it says buzzard.
I promise there's a bird over there.
I don't know if he's going to be able to show
game
him.
of spot the bird.
Bald eagle.
I spy.
Bald
Lewis.
eagle, Lewis.
The famous Lewis?
Yes,
This is
Lewis used to fly at the Cardinals games.
He just came up. What?
He's hiding.
Yes.
Can you find the eagle?
Chat, I spy Lewis.
He has a special talent. He's invisible.
That is crazy.
I don't see him.
When we came this morning, he was sitting like a chicken behind that log. So that's, I assume, where he is.
So Lewis just got retired about a year ago from flying.
Hi.
He does have arthritis in his wings because he is getting older. One of his favorite pastimes, though, is being a boat on the ground right now under the shelter, not, in it. Just
Oh, wow.
under it.
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yes, he's okay.
Oh, yeah.
He just
You
really
can go
likes
here.
to be a boat. This is what we call
Maybe
birds when
kind
they
of,
leave.
sort of.
That's a little bit better.
So he looks like a little boat. That's why we call it boating. B-O-A-T-I-N-G, or a boat.
Greggy, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you guys for your donations today. We're at World Bird Sanctuary. You can do command WBS. Right now, we're doing something really cool where the top donator is going to get their name on a plaque on a rehab aviary here at World Bird Sanctuary. Right now, our top donator is Lilo, I believe. Lilor. Thank you so much. Pretty cool, pretty cool. If you've missed it, we have seen a lot of birds on the stream, but we're still going to see a lot more.
Look at that little bug.
And we have a whole other segment at the end of this tour, so don't go anywhere. You guys, some of you, a lot of you, will probably recognize these ones. Black vultures. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Oh, look at the bow.
These are our resident black vultures, Lumpy and Gar.
Lumpy is crazy. Hello, Lumpy.
I'm going to come say hi. Hello. And these birds,
So
you
this
might be able
is
to
a
tell.
species of
he's
vulture
coming.
you find right here in Missouri. In fact, we had a pair of black vultures, a family of black vultures that was hanging out here for a solid 2 weeks, and they decided to take over our emu habitat. They thought it was the best pool in the world, and clearly it was made for them.
That's funny.
That was a lot of fun. But because we do have a lot of these wild vultures come through, we do have a sign up talking about wild vultures and how social they are and curious. We get many guests that are worried that our vultures accidentally got out. Nope, it's just the wild ones see ours here and say, hey, is there something interesting? Then I need to come and see, and they hang out with ours.
You may notice when we walked over here that the vulture ran straight up to the camera. That's because these are imprinted birds, and you can tell because they walk towards people. Birds in the wild should not do this.
These guys were hatched in 92 and 96. I don't know which is which. You guys know which is which?
So I'm not very good at their look. I usually go off of behavior. So I actually have enrichment today for them.
Amazing.
But this one's going to be a little bit different because I thought maybe you guys wanted to help me choose what enrichment we could give them.
Chat.
So we've done training, we've done an egg, we've done a box, and now we have toys.
Oh my gosh.
So again, we do all sorts of kinds of enrichment here. Sometimes it's natural, like giving an egg to an Egyptian vulture. They would naturally be eating eggs in the wild. And sometimes it's not natural, and it's just toys because it makes their life interesting. Things get boring, so we like to change things up. I recently took all of their old toys out to clean them, so they haven't had toys for a minute. So this will be a lot of novel enrichment, so new to them. I recently got some new toys as well, so if you guys want to help me choose some toys
Chat,
to give.
what do you think? I've seen several blue ball requests.
The blue ball. Okay, I can do the blue ball.
You guys also have a wish list, right?
We do.
Oh,
we
excellent.
have an Amazon wish list in which you can help us purchase all sorts of enrichment toys or medical supplies. We can get all sorts of stuff. So you want to give our birds even more toys because they deserve it.
Oh,
you
gosh.
love that.
They love wish lists.
I love doing a lot of newspaper enrichment with my birds because it's something so easy for them to shred, which a lot of birds of prey and vultures just do naturally. And just they'll use it for nesting matter and all sorts of stuff. It just is so versatile. So I'm going to stick that in the blue ball. Anything else we want to give to the vultures here?
Chat, what else? What else you see
I'm
in
going to
the
give you a
box?
small hint of one of their favorite toys are rubber ducks.
Rubber ducks.
I have
Oh, they're
Many
saying
options.
they're
That's
saying duck in caps.
so cute. Duck and cats.
Duck.
I've got many different rubber ducks. I even have a giant
Excellent.
rubber duck.
Oh my gosh.
They're just all saying duck.
I'm so glad that my duck obsession has now expanded and been vindicated.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're all saying giant duck.
Giant duck. Yes, I can do that. Last year when Murphy's story went viral, we did have a lot of people buy stuff from Amazon for us. And one of the things I put on there, not hugely as a joke, but not expecting anyone to buy it, and they did in bulk, was like a thing of 200 little rubber ducks.
Oh my
and we got
gosh.
multiple of those. So I have a whole bin in my office of just rubber ducks, and it brings me joy every day. All right, we got giant duck. We got blue ball with some newspaper. How about really scary duck in an egg?
Excellent.
Fantastic. All right, let's do this. And so I can't guarantee they're going to do anything with this, but the whole point of it is to change up their environment. They don't have to interact with it to be enriching. It's just changing how things are in there. So it's just like moving around the furniture in your house or getting new decorations. It's not we don't all just go stare at a new picture every time we get it. At least I do, but not everyone does. But it still changes up your environment.
Mm-hmm.
So these, maybe they'll play with, maybe they'll just ask, why is it there? Maybe they'll avoid it. That's what makes enrichment perfect.
Yes, chat. Code Veronica.
We've had pretty good success. Not a whole lot of
That
Code
is
Veronica
true.
today, so if we have one, that's fine.
I have a hard time believing that black vultures will be the ones that
Yeah,
don't.
That Code Veronica us.
you jinxed it. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
So you may, I don't know if you're, yeah, Kirsten, for HPAI, we want to make sure we're safe coming into our habitat. So she just sprayed the bottom of her shoes. HPAI is avian influenza. It kind of has swept through the United States and now seems to be sticking around. So it's something we want to make sure that our birds are safe. So,
Cows now.
yeah, but we have lots of biosecurity to make sure that our birds do not get sick. Where are we going?
Itty Bitty Beans, thank you for the $100 donation.
Was that scary? I'm sorry. Let's see if we can get that right
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to that.
there. Then we can put the duck, or no, we're gonna put the egg right here. Yes, for Easter, our birds all get eggs that they have to look for. Of course, we involve them.
Oh,
We're
he's
just
going
gonna
for
put
the egg.
duck in the water.
I love it when birds think things are a little spooky.
He's going
but
for the
they
duck.
clearly want it.
Yeah. Straight for the duck.
Who are you? Oh.
So a couple years ago, we had some rubber ducks donated to us, and I just happened to throw them in with our black vultures, and it ended up being their favorite toy. I've never seen them play with anything until they got these rubber ducks. So I was really excited about it, and thus the now horde of ducks that live in the office. But this past spring, I think our turkey vultures actually had heard about Murphy's story because they took some of our small rubber ducks, made a nest, and literally incubated them.
Oh my gosh.
And defended them and moved them around. Like, it was, they had a nest with these ducks. And I was just like, I mean, this is better than actual babies. I'll take this because
so funny.
I don't really need them to lay eggs. I don't really want that because, again, it's really dangerous for our birds. So I was happy that they decided to foster some rubber ducks this year. It was a good year.
And chat, we get a lot of questions about birds and incubating objects, or like when Murphy had his rock, a lot of people were like, oh, you know, maybe he really wants to have kids. It's not necessarily that they really like want to have a family. It's just the hormones kick in and they're like, this is the time of year when I make a nest and I sit on it and make sure that things hatch. And so sometimes that thing is a rubber ducky. Sometimes that thing is a rock. Sometimes that thing is a different form of enrichment, or they'll have like a ball like Kirsten put in here with newspaper, and that's their item. But as soon as those hormones are done in their past breeding season, they don't care about that item at all. Like, it does not matter to them. They do not go for it anymore. It's not something that they like miss when we take it away. It's just kind of like those hormones kick in and they're like, it's nest time. And then when it's over, it's done.
Noodle, thank you for the 50. Danny, thank you for the $50 donation. Thank you, guys.
That's so cute.
Chat, is this the cutest thing you've ever seen?
I feel like
So
I might just sing a rubber
cute.
ducky song or something.
I know, right? So I believe it's Gar that's currently in the water with the duck, and Lumpy that's watching from afar. Lumpy is a lot more reserved. Gar tends to jump into situations and consider consequences later.
Love that.
One of the cool things about American vultures, so vultures you'd find in either North or South America, many of them don't actually have vocal boxes. So humans have vocal cords, birds have vocal boxes, vultures do not have them. So they make noises in different ways, such as rushes of air through their nostrils or just their throat. And so many times it sounds like black vultures woof, woof, woof. It's adorable and I love it, and it's really fun to watch them have a whole conversation about whatever is happening in that moment.
This is a species that is being affected by climate change, so their range is actually expanding further and further north into the United States. Typically, they were only really found in Central and South America, but they are found up here in North America now, and we get them here in Missouri. Like Kirsten mentioned earlier, we had a wild family that liked to hang out with these guys because they're like, ooh, you get free food. Do we get some of that? So this is a species that we're seeing more and more often. Usually when we look up in the sky, we see turkey vultures here. We do have turkey vultures that are on Avian Avenue, but right now they're actually behind the scenes fostering. So if you were here at the beginning of stream, you might have seen Lee, the American kestrel, who just got back from fostering some kestrel babies. Now we've got Attila and Hinckley, our turkey vultures, behind the scenes fostering a baby vulture that we had come in. And the reason we do fostering is so that when baby birds come in, they learn how to be a bird and they don't look to people for their food. We have a lot of birds here that are imprinted, and a lot of people don't know that when a bird is really young, if they don't learn from another bird that they are a bird, they don't survive in the wild very well. So we want to make sure that they do not become imprinted on people so they can go back out into the wild.
And ideally, we try and match them up with the right species.
Yes.
We did have an education ambassador, Harris hawk, that was actually raised by one of our foster parent red-shouldered hawks. She's got the most interesting behaviors I have ever seen. She is not a true Harris's hawk. She's got a weird mix of Harris hawk and red-shouldered hawk behaviors, and that's why it's important to also put them with the right species if you're planning to release.
Interesting. Very cool.
Maya,
Yes.
you see that?
Yes. Here we go. Around.
Do you know who that is? Chat.
Chat,
Who
who's
is
that?
We've seen this bird.
Who is this? Benji, thank you for the $50 donation to World Bird Sanctuary. Oh, there's stairs back here. Why? Because it's for children. Oh. Jeez.
Yeah, put your head further through. There we go. Yeah.
Do I look like her?
Yeah.
They said Dorothy in caps.
That's right, Dorothy.
Good job, guys.
So we actually do have a local artist that...
It's really good.
Yeah, she
she's
does
incredible.
a lot of paintings of our birds. So she was kind enough to do Dorothy cutout for us and a Murphy cutout for
So
us. And
cute.
she's actually going to be here. She's often here for our events. And she'll paint one of our resident birds for the event. So you can watch the live painting. She's going to,
That's so
I think,
cool.
do Brahma
I think
this
she's
year.
doing Brahma this year.
I'm
yeah.
really excited.
Nice. So is that the end of Avian Avenue?
Yes, that is the end of Avian Avenue, so we'll be walking back. If we have questions, we can do questions and then head down for the next part of this.
Can you give them a little preview of what we're walking towards?
Sure, so we are heading down to our amphitheater. This is where we host schools, Girl Scouts, family groups, public shows during the year, and we're going to bring out some very special birds, including a harpy eagle, a wedge-tailed eagle. We're going to see Aesop, the American crow. We're going to have a black vulture and turkey vulture come out. Let's see if I'm missing anybody else. We may have some reptiles at the end that we'll have come out as well. We'll see a barn owl, and I believe a Harris hawk is too. We're basically throwing all of our birds at you.
Darn.
Yeah. Bummer. World Bird Sanctuary, lots of birds. So we'll be talking about them. Kendall, our Nature Center manager, will be discussing those birds and their stories and why they are here with us and telling you guys more about that. Maya's going to be helping us in the show a little bit too.
I'm gonna
some
do
of
my
the birds.
best. We'll see. It's been a while.
So we're gonna have lots of fun there. If anybody has questions on the way there, it is a little bit of a walk, so happy to answer some questions.
Can you stop by the gift shop and get us some electrolytes?
Z10 asks, do imprinted birds raise imprinted birds, or will they be able to hatch releasable birds? That's a good
That's
question.
a great question.
It's a tough question.
Do you want to answer that? You're looking at
It
me.
depends.
Yeah.
So technically, Attila and Hinckley are imprinted. But the thing about vultures is they are much more intelligent. Really what happens when a vulture gets imprinted is it's not that they lose their own identity as a vulture, they just lose more of their fear of people. So they can still raise vultures to be vultures. It just ends up that baby might just be a lot meaner, but he still has the fear, or that baby still has the fear of people because it's not having those interactions. We limit our contact when we have foster parents anyways. So the people are never involved anyways, so they don't have that learning of being a mean to people. They will know how to fend for themselves.
Yes.
Some imprinted owls, we've had success having them raise their own babies and it working out pretty well. But for the most part, we try and choose birds that exhibit the most ideal behaviors of that species in order to raise the babies so that they have the best chance of success.
Got it.
And the important note there is that when they're fostering, like Kirsten said, they're behind the scenes. So they're not seeing people. So even though those birds that might be raising the young are imprinted, they're not exhibiting those behaviors because people are not around. So the baby bird that's with them is not seeing that interaction with people or the behaviors that you don't want, that imprinting behavior.
Cheese Steph Gal, thank you for the $100 donation. And Meek Attack, thank you for the $100 donation. Another hard question. They want to know if you guys have favorite birds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Kirsten, who's your favorite bird?
Oh, well, it just depends on so many factors. Of course, I love Brahma and I love Dorothy. Those are usually my top. That secretary bird that I got to work with, Adder, I just love that bird with my whole soul. So those are my two vultures, and then I do have a red-tailed hawk that I got to work with I love her. Her name is Newt. She's a tank. She's the biggest red tail I've ever seen. I love her. And Shakes is back.
We didn't get to see Shakespeare earlier because we were doing some maintenance on his habitat.
So Shakespeare actually got his yearly physical today. So he went to the vet to make sure everything was good because he is an older bird. This is an example of a imprinted bird. He does vocalize for people he recognizes. I am one of his keepers. And he does have a lot to say most of the time. And especially today. Today was a day with the vet, and thus he has to air all grievances. But my manager just put in a bunch of new perches for him. Another form of enrichment is whenever a bird is moved out for any reason, whether it's going to the vet for a checkup or if we have to do moving birds around for weather, we will try and change up the environment so it is new for the bird, nice and enriching, but we do the best we try and make things natural and the best for their feet because foot health with bird of prey is extremely important.
And then what?
You're right. You may notice that his calls also sound kind of off. This is another example of an imprint. He never learned from an adult barred owl what the barred owl call is supposed to sound like. So he's doing his best rendition of what nature has told him it maybe should be. But he doesn't know. So when we have wild barred owls come through, he will try and talk to them and you can just, they are so confused. They're like, that is, I don't know what dialect you're speaking, but it's not right.
Does he got one more in him? Excellent. Thank you, sir. Hatcher, 2004.
You're doing a great job.
Barred owls are the most common species that we get through our hospital. It is a very abundant species here in Missouri, so that's one that we care for a lot, which is part of the reason he's out here for people to see. Sterling's like, you're coming back, yay!
Oh.
So he can help teach people about barred owls.
So it's not a barn owl? No, it's a barred owl. B-A-R-R-E-D versus barn. This is a silvery-cheeked hornbill you guys saw earlier. She's amazing. Huge fan. Barred. Whoa.
Barred because they have kind of stripes or barring on their wings. We often joke that ornithologists are not super creative when naming birds, so usually it's about what they look like. If you've ever seen a blue bird, it's called a bluebird. Or if you've seen a black bird with red wings, it's a red-winged blackbird. So barred owl, they've got barring on their feathers.
This person has asked this question like 6 times. You mentioned Murphy. Is it unusual to have male birds go broody, for lack of a better word?
Not really.
No, it's not uncommon. Both male and female in the bird of prey world incubate. They both take care of the babies. It is a two-bird job. Bird of prey babies are a lot of work.
Yes.
So it's super common.
Great question, though, because we do often think of the females as the ones caring for it. And some species, like the pheasants we saw earlier, the female have the darker colors, so they're the ones on the nest. But oftentimes the males are also taking care of the babies, too.
This is their hospital chat where rehab happens.
So speaking of our hospital, we are raising money for our foster forest. It's a group of aviaries that we're going to put behind the scenes, essentially to help us bring in more...
Internet. That's why it's struggling.
What?
I installed internet there. It's supposed to be pointed that way.
Oh. We're building the foster forest so that we can help more birds as they come through our hospital. We took in 751 patients last year. We're on track to probably have 1,000 patients per year by 2029. So we're trying to build a lot more foster aviaries behind the scenes so that we have space for all the birds that come through. And if you guys ever want to check in on our patients, we have something really cool called Raptor Med, and that's where we put updates on all of our patients. You can go on our website and actually check on Raptor Med and pull up the number of the bird. We post a lot of our bird stories on our Facebook page, and you can go in and see how they're doing. So it's a really awesome way to keep engaged that way, keep up on your favorite patient, and help us help them. We've got a Rescuers Giving Club that if you want to donate monthly to kind of support what we do in rehab, that's available on there too.
Yellow jacket.
They're like puppies, I swear.
Okay.
They're just curious.
Chat, Connor has a wasp in his face and the camera's still steady. Clap.
If you guys have any more questions for Kirsten, we're going to let her go about her day. She's done an awesome job showing you guys all of her favorite birds.
Thank you so much. You're amazing.
Thank you.
I will take
Put this on you.
I will take yours. Thank you very much.
Somehow that got
Hi,
lost.
Chad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Kirsten.
installed internet here at World Bird, and I'm looking at their internet.
This way?
Yeah, we can go this way.
All right.
speed bump.
Yeah, she was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, she's an awesome keeper. She does a great job training with the birds and making sure that they're comfortable and doing lots of awesome enrichment with them.
Mm-hmm.
We have incredible staff here. Our rehab staff's also really awesome. Staff behind the scenes. You're about to meet some of our educators. So we're very fortunate.
Chat, we're going to meet
some
a
birds.
bunch of birds up close.
Ooh, screw. Thank you.
We're going to meet a bunch of birds up close now with Kendall
Yes,
and Zoe
Zoe and Catherine.
and Catherine.
I'm going to do close, tight shots of the birds flying. You're going to see every little feather moving.
Connor is going to do excellent camera work. Check out, you know what? Don't walk backwards down the
Nope,
stairs.
I got
would rather
this.
you don't walk backwards down the stairs.
It's just stairs.
Hello.
Oh, shit.
Connor. Okay, no, it's not worth it.
I got it.
Okay, chatters. This is Kendall. I'm gonna give you this mic. So it's just a magnet. So one on one side and the other on the other side, or that one on the outside. Yes, ma'am. We got excellent. We got it. At Woo Pack, thank you for the $100 donation. Blue Heron, thank you for the $50 donation. We're heading down to the amphitheater. Kendall, do you want to introduce yourself and give them a little preview of what we're doing?
Oh my gosh, hi. My name is Kendall. I've been a naturalist here at World Bird for almost 4 years now. Being a naturalist is a lot like being a zookeeper, except it's also our job to help teach people about the animals. So the birds up top that you guys met on Avian Avenue, some of those birds rotate through education occasionally. Some of them are, their job at the sanctuary is to be up there and help teach that way. Down here in the amphitheater is where we do a lot more of our kind of like up close and personal education work. So this is the amphitheater, as you can see.
Chat, welcome to the amphitheater.
It's pretty nice. I don't know. I'm a fan.
Cool.
So that's kind of what we're going to be doing today. We're going to meet some of our animal ambassadors that are a little bit more interactive. Now, people, when they come to the sanctuary, have the chance to interact with the birds in a couple different ways. In some cases, that might be an experience called a handleraptor, which is where they can, get really up close and have one of those birds on their very own glove, that kind of thing. Other stuff that we do, though, we do shows here in our amphitheater, and people can do things like, help birds recycle or help donate directly to the birds. Whenever people come out here, we tell them we're a nonprofit. Everything they give goes directly to the care and feeding of the animals. But sometimes people want to give directly. So that's some other work we do as well.
Cool, very cool. Tatsu, thank you for the $15 donation. You guys can continue donating. Your donations are going to support Foster Forest, which is an extension of their rehab program. They do really important wildlife rehab here, but they also do really important breeding and release work and conservation work and education work. And now we're kind of stepping into the education part. Also, someone in chat said all the people here are such good speakers. That's so true. It's their job, and they're very good at it. You guys haven't noticed.
Talk about the animals.
Yeah.
You guys do the hard work of listening.
And we hate it.
Oh my God! How dare!
They have raised $6,743 so far today.
Incredible. Thank you guys so much for your
Thank you
generosity.
guys so much.
Incredible. Well, wonderful. Well, we have a whole bunch of animal ambassadors that we're going to be meeting
so
today.
exciting.
Some of whom we'll get some hands-on stuff with.
Okay.
So we will probably, there's not really a bad seat in the house, but we'll go ahead and get some front row seats.
All right.
Before we start meeting some of these incredible birds. You always tell people, okay, all of the birds you're going to meet today are professionals. They've been birds their whole lives.
Wait, I'm not going backwards.
Don't go backwards. Chat, you get a front row seat. Also, this
pretty
is
good.
wild that you guys are doing all of this for the stream. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Chat,
And
you
like
are so
I said,
lucky. Say
or
thank
like
you.
Kelsey said, this is
We're happy to have you.
this is what we do all day.
So cool.
So we're more than happy to come and introduce you guys to the animals.
Well,
Is this where you want us, Kendall?
Spread
Yeah,
out
there
just a little
seems
bit 'cause
just
Mike-
fine. Yeah, spread out
Sure.
a little bit. That's just fine. There are going to be plenty of birds who, if our wonderful intrepid cameraman wants to come up and get a little bit of a closer look at them,
Sure.
that's fine. What we're going to be doing down here is meeting some of our animal ambassadors who are trained to fly. Now, just like the birds you've met up top, those birds live here for a really important reason. In many cases, it is due to injury or things that have made them non-releasable, right? That doesn't always mean, though, that a bird can't fly. And when possible, we do like to give our birds enrichment through, obviously, things that you guys already saw, like getting you know, fun boxes and puzzles and things like that. But when we can, we'll also do enrichment through training sessions as well. It's an important part of actually keeping them mentally stimulated too. So for the birds who are able, that's one of the things that we really like to do. So the first bird that we are going to meet is one of our birds who needs the most mental stimulation, probably of any of the birds living with us at World Bird Sanctuary. You're going to be meeting Aesop. Aesop is an American crow. Or sometimes people call them common crows as well. I believe that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got 2 American crows.
Excellent. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to give you the chance to get a little bit more hands-on with Aesop. So I'm going to show you how we do that really quick.
Great.
Aesop is trained to do a variety of behaviors. It's, once again, really good for her brain. So she knows how to paint. She knows how to clean her room, which is just putting a bunch of her toys away.
Cute.
She knows how to take donations, but she also knows how to recycle.
Awesome.
A lot of the work we do here has to do with conservation.
Chad, did you bring cash?
Yeah, I know.
Pull it out.
It's okay. We're going to recycle. That's fine.
Excellent.
So the way this is going to work is, let me run back here and grab our handy dandy recycling bin.
Heroic Bread Loops, thank you guys for your donations.
All right. So Aesop knows exactly what to do with her recyclables. Sponsored by Coca-Cola. Just kidding. God, I wish. Can you imagine? So what you're going to do is I'm going to scatter a couple cans around. Hopefully the wind isn't going to blow them away. Aesop is going to recycle some of those things.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is you're also going to let her come to you for one of your recyclable objects, something like a can.
Okay.
Very simple. All you've got to do is extend your left hand kind of like this and hold the can here.
Okay.
All right. Now, we always tell people too, the 2 groups they tell you not to work with in Hollywood are animals and children. Some of the animals we're going to meet today are children, so we're going to be also going by whatever their comfort level is. If Aesop decides that you are very scary for whatever reason, I trust that you won't take it personally.
Oh no, I get it. They get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. All right, so I'm going to hand this to you. I'm going to scatter some other cans around. If you would like, you can either have a seat or just hang tight. Now, many crows, being so intelligent, one of the things that makes them so good at problem solving is they can actually be a little bit what's called neophobic, so kind of afraid of new things. So we do a lot of training to make sure that our birds are competent for any new type of experience. So, all right, we'll go ahead and bring Aesop's crate right around. Oh, wow, it's Catherine! One of our birds. I'm just kidding. All right. Now, this is a transport carrier that Aesop is trained to come in and out of. We kind of call it her dressing room. So this is where she goes to get ready for something like this. So there we go. We've got some of her food ready. If you're not careful, a bird like a crow will absolutely outsmart you during a training session. Catherine, isn't that true? All right. Hi, Miss Aesop. There she is. All right. So Aesop knows exactly what we do with all of these recyclables. Oh, this segment is sponsored by Dr. Pepper. That's right. All right. Very nice. So she's going to make sure that she gets all of the things that she missed. And then she's going to come on over, grab this can, bring that to our recycling bin, and she knows to return to me for a nice piece of food. We'll have her grab this last can, and then I'm going to have you go ahead and stand up. Perfect. And then, yep. So you can hold that out just like that.
I have one more for you.
There you go.
Wow, that's so
excellent.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. So when you guys were up on Avian Avenue, you probably met a couple of birds that are imprinted. That is why Aesop lives with us as well. She's about 13 years old. She came to our wildlife hospital after she was actually chasing a mailman around, asking for food from him, which is not usual crow behavior. Someone probably thought that she was very cute as a young bird and that she would make a very good pet. As one of the people in charge of the training, feeding, caring for, cleaning up after Aesop, I think she's lovely. I don't want her living in my house. So, and a lot of the times what ends up happening with birds like this that are so intelligent is when people realize this, unfortunately, the damage is already done. Because she is an imprint, that means that at the first sign of trouble, she would be much more likely to seek out human beings rather than doing what crows are really good at, which is solving problems out in nature. Like I said, they are some of the most intelligent birds that we work with. Many scientists estimate that they have about the same intelligence as a 2 or 3 year old child, except they can also fly and they have a pliers for a face. So, you know. All right, when Aesop is done with her session, she knows exactly where she's got to go. She's going to put herself back in her dressing room very excitedly. Yay, Aesop! Yay. Very nice job. Woohoo! Pretty cool.
So good. Chat, no Code Veronica at all today so far. Incredible.
See, next up we got.
What an incredible time. They're clapping.
Yay.
They're not here, but they're clapping.
They're clapping for you. Excellent. So we had kind of talked earlier. It's my understanding that you guys are huge fans of vultures, correct?
Yes.
So we have a couple of vultures for you guys to meet today. We've got kind of a few birds on the rookie crew. This next bird we're going to meet is only about 2 years old. Same reason as Aesop. He came to live with us at World Bird because he was basically trying to break into someone's house. Very also unusual behavior for a vulture. Same deal. Some well-intentioned person who might have otherwise loved nature either thought he would make a good pet or thought that they could help him if he was injured. We always recommend people leave that to the professionals, wildlife hospitals, wildlife caretakers, because otherwise you end up with birds like Cash, which we love him to bits, but we would much prefer he be out in nature. So I'm going to head over to this perch. Cash is going to be one of our flying birds. There we go.
I got him.
He's going to make his way to stage. And there you go. So Cash is a black vulture. This is a pretty common native species of vulture found right here in Missouri, but also across much of kind of the lower kind of parts of the 48 states. Ooh, we're giving that other perch a nice wide berth. Very nice. People don't always think of vultures as being incredibly intelligent, but as I'm sure you guys already discussed up on Avian Avenue, these are some of the other more intelligent birds that we get here. Being scavengers, just like crows and ravens, they have to be really smart in order to figure out where their next meal is going to be coming from. Woo! Getting caught by the wind just a little bit. Soaring is one of the things that these birds are especially good at. Oops, so we're course correcting. Nice job, Cash. Like I said, Cash is one of our rookie birds, so learning to fly with the wind is something that is really important for these birds. All right, let's see if he'll make his way back to this perch. One more big, beautiful flight. Oh, working smarter, not harder. Yep, sometimes walking is good too. Black vultures and other vultures like turkey vultures are also especially good. All right, that's pretty hard. We'll come up to our stump. These birds are also really good at walking along on the ground because, of course, that would be a lot of where they are scavenging. Hi, you want to come to the stump?
Chat, if you see that little piece of
We're just going to go right there.
metal
Perfect.
on the back, it's
so their feet are really well adapted for letting them just kind of walk around on the ground as well.
Telemetry.
No.
GPS tracking.
Now, as you can see, he's just kind of hopping all over the place. This head bobbing motion that he's doing is actually one of the signals to us that he is an imprinted bird, just like Aesop. So he's very comfortable being around people. Very nice. Which, wonderful for education, not necessarily what we want for a bird out in nature as well. Now, black vultures recently have run into a little bit of trouble. Most of the time when animals run into trouble, it's unfortunately because of human beings. And in the case of these birds, they are being somewhat persecuted. Because people do have associations with them that you have with other vultures, that they are going to go after things which are alive or, you know, potentially hunt livestock. Anything about that has really only ever been anecdotal. You know, there's never been any documented cases of them actually going after, you know, live prey, and especially not livestock. But still, in many places, there is actually a bounty out on black vultures. So I'm sure as well you already discussed how important these birds are to our ecosystems. We're going to meet another vulture after this, so I can probably save some of my vulture spiel, and we'll send Cash back to his dressing room. Bye, Cash.
Bye, Cash.
He's the best.
He's so cute. Adam, thank you for the donation. Dead Drop Heroic Bread Loops. Thank you guys for the donations. Oh, it's amazing.
What a goofball.
Very nice.
Our birds are very shy too, in case you haven't
clearly.
noticed.
Yeah, I can do jazz hands and high kicks. Cash has those too. It's great. So one of the easiest ways to tell vultures apart from other birds that might be right in your very own neighborhood is looking for this really distinct shape that they make when they fly. And it's super easy to remember. They make a V for vulture. So if you see a great big bird up in the sky and it looks like this, and it's kind of going like this, that's kind of your signal that you're looking at a vulture. Whether it's a black vulture or turkey vulture, they're going to make that shape. And there are other things that you can do to differentiate between those two. So if they have just white tips on the very ends of their wings, kind of like where their fingers would be, kind of, if you think about it that way. That's a black vulture. If the entire underside of their wing is white, that's going to be a turkey vulture. And in fact, our next animal guest is going to be really good at showing off, there we go, exactly what that other common raptor might look like. This is Kinsey. And Kinsey is a turkey vulture. So you can see the underside of his wings. He's kind of got that beautiful white. Now, this isn't just him doing like a big come at me bro or anything like that. This is actually how these birds absorb sunlight. You'll often see birds like vultures sunning, and that's an important part of how they keep themselves healthy. They are scavengers, and that's a really important job for them to do out in nature. But that can be a little bit on the yucky side, right? They might be eating things that are kind of goopy, kind of yucky. And in that way, their feathers might also be coated in some goopy and yucky stuff. So by kind of letting the sun sanitize their wings, by sticking those wings out nice and far, it helps keep them healthy. They've also got that kind of weird little bald-looking head, very nice that Kinsey is showing off. He's got that kind of red, featherless head. That is one of the ways that they kind of keep themselves clean. So, you know, if you ever want to play vulture at home, just make yourself a big plate of spaghetti and then try and eat it with your hands behind your back. Okay? That's kind of what it's like to be one of these birds. And then try and clean your face after. I know.
We should try that.
Yeah, you can do that on stream, actually. I've just given you a really good idea.
Thank you.
They're never coming back. Thank you.
You can do a mukbang with a vulture. It'd be really good. Wow. Okay. Are you writing this down, Kelsey?
Yeah.
This is gold.
I'm keeping notes for sure.
Excellent. Wow. Vulture mukbang. He can eat like something that has been, I know. Zoe's leather shoes. He can eat something a little stinky, and then I can eat like a Big Mac. It'll be great. So they've got that kind of featherless head. They tend to be associated with dead things. And in that way, these birds get a bit of a reputation. But being scavengers makes them one of the most important parts of our ecosystem. In fact, in places where vultures aren't doing so well, there are over 20 different species of vultures found across the globe. Over half of them are considered endangered. Though black vultures and turkey vultures are doing well here, other animals like condors need a lot of extra help, and many of these birds across the globe. So in places where their populations are declining, you're actually starting to see some very real and a little bit frightening human consequences too. Being such great scavengers, they help remove things that might make us sick from the ecosystem. So they can remove things like rabies or distemper. Their stomach acid is even strong enough to get rid of botulinum toxin. And without them, other scavengers start moving in that don't do as good of a job. So for example, India over the past 20 years has estimatedly lost about 99% of their wild vulture populations. And the scavengers that have taken over are often things like scavenger dogs, feral dogs, and they don't do as good of a job of cleaning up. So you do start to see more things like rabies actually in your like human ecosystems, which is kind of frightening. So working with vultures is a lot of our favorite parts of what we do here because they have such big personalities. They are really intelligent, but also it's some of the most important conservation work that we do here. You guys met Dynasty earlier. Yeah, the kind of egg-looking bird. Egyptian vultures are considered endangered in much of their range, and we've actually been working with a variety of organizations across the country and across the globe to help breed those birds and work on a pathway to reintroduction into their native habitats. So now you might notice that Kinsey, okay, he doesn't really make a V for vulture. He kind of makes like a W, or perhaps like, I don't know, a U with an umlaut. Yeah, I don't know. He kind of looks like he's shrugging a little bit. That is why Kinsey lives with us at World Bird. Like many of the other birds, he has an injury, though his is one that you can actually see on his body. The most common cause of injury for birds that end up in our wildlife hospital is actually vehicle collisions, and that is very common amongst birds like vultures, as they are scavenging, in many cases, on the side of the road. Now, lucky for us, when an injury or a problem is human-caused, that means there's often a human solution. One of the easiest ways to help birds avoid being struck by vehicles is by simply keeping your trash inside your car until you get where it's supposed to go. Even something like an apple core or banana peel thrown out the window of a car, though those things are biodegradable, when they sit by the side of the road, they attract things that want to eat our leftovers to the side of the road. Things like, you know, rats and mice and shrews and voles.
Is it okay if I go down there?
Yeah, that should be all right. Things that scurry around on the ground. And when those things that scurry are by the side of the road, they might get hit by cars too and attract things like vultures, or they might attract things like hawks and owls and eagles and all kinds of other things that want to eat the things that scurry around on the ground. So when we do something simple, like, you know, make sure our trash ends up where it's supposed to go, we can actually make a really huge impact on birds just like Kinsey right in our own backyards. All right, Kinsey Bear.
Naughty Hawk and Crazy Sid, thank you guys for the donations. Mick asked why there's a hole through his sinuses.
That's a great question. Now, vultures, especially turkey vultures, have some of the most developed senses of smell of any animal that human beings have ever studied. Many vultures can smell the scent of things they like to eat from close to 3 miles away by some estimations. So in the case of the turkey vulture, that is really obvious and apparent when you look right through that nostril. It lets them take in lots and lots of smells. So very cool. Yeah, I know.
In fact, here in Missouri, turkey vultures are the ones that find the food, and the black vultures will follow the turkey vultures to the food.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Turkey vultures have a very awesome sense of smell, and black vultures are like, oh, you seem to know where the food is. I'm going to follow you, and they follow them to it.
That's one of the good ways to tell those birds apart as well, if you're just looking at their head. And especially when they're younger, they might not quite have that red head and everything, but usually the nostril might be kind of your signal. So if there are any like big bird nerds that are really looking to start your birding journey. So now the next bird we're going to meet will be another flying raptor. Right, this one is actually going to be flying right over you guys. So we're going to fly this bird, and then the bird after that, I'm actually going to have you help us fly her.
Excellent.
But for this one, you know, you can stay seated. You guys, you know, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. Thank you so much for choosing World Bird Sanctuary Air. We hope you enjoy your flights. All of the birds at the sanctuary are trained to fly to people who are standing up. So there we go. I'm going to make my way all the way up these stairs. Oh, wait. You know what? She'll be able to find me. Excellent. All right. Our next animal guest, her name is Banshee.
Oh.
There you go. And Banshee is something of a specialty here at World Bird Sanctuary. She is a barn owl. So you met Shakespeare the bard owl earlier. Sometimes people get them confused with barn owls like Banshee. Barred owls have that really distinct who cooks for you all call. It sounds a little bit like really I'm not going to make the sound that Banshee makes with my face.
That was so good.
Because I don't think I can make that sound with my mouth. They make kind of a shrieking, screaming noise that we think is what inspired the myth of the Banshee, of the screaming ghost. So there we go. Now, Banshee is another one of our kind of younger birds. She is only about 5 years old, so another one of our little rookies. She does not have an injury that she lives with us because of. She lives with us because her species was actually injured. Barn owls are one of the most common raptors found across the globe. They're found on every continent on Earth except for Antarctica. But despite that, they are actually, or were actually for many years, considered endangered in the state of Missouri. And once again, like the other birds we've met, when they run into trouble, it is usually because of human beings. In this case, the use of rodent poison. When you're looking at a bird like Banshee, and she's looking back at you, as you can see, you're looking at Mother Nature's most perfect mousetrap. A single barn owl might be able to hunt 2 or 3 mice in a single night. Okay, I studied animals in school and not math, but I did the algebra ahead of time. That is close to 1,000 mice in a single year for just one bird. Not to mention the fact that they're often hunting for their entire family as well. You know, which for me, okay, I have 4 members of my family, but for a bird like Banshee, might be closer to, in some cases, even 18 family members at a time. So it's a lot of hungry mouths to feed. So they have to be incredibly efficient at hunting mice to let them do that. But by flying almost entirely silently, by having fantastic night vision and fantastic hearing, they are really well suited to hunting things like mice. But, you know, sometimes when people have mousy roommates, and Catherine, I know you know a thing or two about mousy roommates.
Sure do.
Catherine and I have both lived in the middle of the woods right here at World Bird. When you have mousy roommates, sometimes you can't wait for an animal like an owl to get rid of them for you. Sometimes people try and take matters into their own hands. And for birds like barn owls, that can be really challenging if they're using something like rodent poison. All right, Miss Banshee, we'll make one more flight up to me. Very nice. And one more flight down to Catherine. Now, it only takes one poison mouse to seriously harm or kill a barn owl. In many cases, when they end up in our wildlife hospital, there's not a lot that we can do for them. So we always encourage people to potentially use alternatives if they're able. Something like a snap trap or what's called a have-a-heart trap. That's like a little box that a mouse runs into and then a door closes behind it and you can like release it in your neighbor's yard if they forgot to bring back your snowplow or something, your lawnmower. Don't tell them I told you to do that. Tell them Maya told you to do it. It's only a live trap if you check it every day. But by switching to those alternatives, we can make a really big difference for birds like barn owls. Now, at World Bird, we've actually bred and released over 1,100 of these birds into the wild of Missouri. It's actually closer to 1,200 now. They're no longer considered endangered in our state, partly due to our efforts. There's now active breeding populations in every county in the state, which I think is pretty incredible. So like we've put in our work, now it's your guys' turn to help us out. They're still considered threatened across much of the Midwest, so there's still plenty of work to be done. Okay, Banshee.
She doesn't like you. She's unsure about that.
Yeah, I can't move
Just
the
a little bit
camera.
unsure. Now, what she actually is, she's raring to go. She's really ready to continue doing more flights, but you have to be done sometimes. You have to know when to quit. All right. Wonderful. Okay. Are you ready to help me fly a bird?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Okay. So, anytime we're working with any birds of prey, first thing we're going to need is we're going to need a glove like this one. And actually, if you even want to come over here, we're probably going to be working with this bird over on this side. This is 3 layers of leather. That's going to help keep your hand safe. Now, once again, professional birds, but they do have the grip strength of, in some cases, close to 500 pounds of pressure per square inch. So this is going to help keep you safe from that, though this bird will not be flying to your glove. This traditionally goes on the left hand, so you can go ahead and put that on your left hand. Perfect. All right, so what we're going to be doing is, this is another bird who is very excited to meet us. She's going to be flying around this amphitheater to some of these perches around here. You're going to be flying her to this perch.
Okay.
All right, so you're still going to have that glove on, but with your non-gloved hand, all you're going to have to do is just tap that perch, and I will go ahead and give her the food reward.
Excellent.
Her name is Blue. If you've seen Jurassic Park, okay, we work with raptors here, but maybe not quite those kinds of raptors, but that is where she gets it. So, all right, see, Zoe looks good up there. And Blue should be raring to go. There she is. So Blue is a Harris hawk, also sometimes called a bay-winged hawk. She has totally knocked her piece onto the floor, but that's okay. Harris hawks are also really good at running around on the ground to get their food as well. Zoe's going to give her a little bit of a boost so she can see us. And you go ahead and cue that perch. Yep, just like that.
Wow.
Perfect. Oh, and she's going to make a brief detour, work smarter, not harder. And come on right down. Perfect.
So pretty.
Now, Harris hawks like Blue are pretty fun to work with, as they are really intelligent. Unlike other hawks, they tend to hang out with members of their own family. Most hawks are kind of solitary. Go ahead and cue that perch. Perfect. Whoops, and we...
Oh.
Is it okay if I reposition a little bit?
We got it.
Or should I hang here?
There you go. What's that?
Can I reposition or should I hang here?
Yeah, you can reposition now. Perfect. All right, you can go ahead and cue that perch again. Perfect.
She's quick on that.
She is, isn't she? They have to be really agile. They are desert dwellers, so their place where they like to hang out doesn't have a lot of easy, accessible prey. They need to be quick in order to catch their favorite food, which is something like a jackrabbit. Mm-hmm. All right, you can go ahead and cue her again. Perfect. Just Akira bike sliding over
Very
to
nice.
over to the perch. Perfect. So they can hunt things like jackrabbits so efficiently that if that jackrabbit slips into a burrow, they can actually pursue it after as well. They can kind of hop down on the ground. You can go ahead and cue that perch. Perfect. And chase right after it. The joke we like to tell is, they hang out with their whole family. It helps them more effectively, efficiently hunt their food. So, the family that prays together stays together. That's P-R-E-Y-S. And then sometimes people don't laugh, and then it's pretty awkward.
Okay. That's
Ouch.
That's solid.
All right, you can go ahead and cue that perch again. Oh, look at her. See, you're a natural. can come hang out with us again.
She's a natural.
She is a natural, that's true. She's been doing this for almost 10 years now. She was hatched at World Bird specifically to do education. Like I said, we try and give the birds jobs they're going to be good at. All right, go ahead and cue that perch. Perfect.
Can you tell them a little bit about her telemetry? Because I can't see them right now, but I bet they're asking.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and, oh, just kidding. Blue's going to head up the belly, and then she's going to head down here. So
Do I need to move?
we train the birds, yeah, maybe just a little bit back. We train the birds with a great deal of trust. We work from kind of small things up to big things. So at first, when Blue was first starting her training, she was just doing little hops between trainers for food. Eventually, you know, she might have done bigger hops and eventually big flights out here. But we do always have a little bit of insurance for these kinds of behaviors. If something were to startle Blue,
Fist bump
like,
with the
you
glove
know,
to
a
the
car
camera.
backfiring or
Fist bump the
don't know.
camera with the glove.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you.
If something were to startle Blue, we would want to make sure that she was safe and we were able to, you know, make sure that we could locate her so she could come back to us. So thank you. In many cases, what ends up happening if a bird ends up startled is they go somewhere, they stay close by, and you know, they are kind of waiting for us to come and get them. But if they end up out of our line of sight, we need to make sure we know how to return to them or how they can come back to us. So we use what's called radio telemetry. It basically works like kind of a big game of hot and cold for some of it. Basically, she has a transmitter on her, and we have a receiver, and we will walk around until that sound gets louder and louder, and that's how we know where a bird is.
It's kind of like an air tag, guys.
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. They
Kinda
do
like
make
a hawk air tag.
GPS telemetry as well, and that's pretty fun. We use that more when we're flying birds like falcons, who tend to go in a much wider area. But yeah, this kind of telemetry works just fine. It's really effective. So
Yeah, so if you guys saw that metal bit on her ankle, that's what it was. Sun-dried bones, thank you for the $300 donation.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
thank you. Well, we have met a couple of kind of little birds. So you want to meet some bigger birds?
Yes.
Excellent. So the first bird we're going to meet, here he is Duncan.
Oh my gosh.
Duncan is pretty unique. You would not be able to find many birds like Duncan here in the United States. He was hatched right here at World Bird 36 years ago, and he was the first ever wedge-tailed eagle hatched in the United States. So actually, if Catherine even spins him around a little bit, yep, there you go. You can see where these birds get their name from that big wedge-shaped tail. Scientists are not very creative when they name animals. He's an eagle with a big wedge-shaped tail. That's a wedge-tailed eagle. If you've ever met a hawk with a red tail, that's a red-tailed hawk. If you've ever met a bird that's blue, you get the idea. So wedge-tailed eagles are pretty unique. They live in Australia. So speaking of, you know, vultures and their importance, vultures are found in every continent except Antarctica as well as Australia. They just simply never made it there. So kind of different groups moved to fill that important niche out in nature. So this is kind of your large flying scavenger that you get in Australia. And you can even see that Duncan shares a few traits with those vultures. He's got kind of a featherless face. Thank you, Duncan. Very nice. Appreciate it. If there's any kids watching, okay, my best word of advice, if you want to work with animals, get really good at cleaning your room now and extra super good at helping any grown-ups clean the bathrooms now, because that's 90% of our job. So they've got that kind of featherless face that helps them avoid getting dirty when they are doing something like scavenging. You know, they've also got really strong stomach acid and great big wings that are really good for soaring, as well as they kind of look for something that might want to be, you know, might need to be cleaned up by a bird, like an eagle or a vulture as well. So. Now Duncan has been doing education for most of his life. He used to fly for audiences, you know, to help teach about the importance of these animals, just like the other birds you met. We treat the flying birds a lot like we treat athletes, right? So they have their on-season and their off-season, and we keep track of their exercise and like the food they're getting, their macros, all that kind of stuff. Like many athletes, Duncan has now retired into a life of modeling and PR. He's much better at sitting and looking pretty these days. You know, he's kind of living out his retirement, getting pretty pampered, taken care of. Free food, free rent, free healthcare, veterinarian on staff, more vacation days than Catherine and I get combined. All that we ask is he occasionally come out to educate about his species. So now,
some of them have asked how much he weighs.
oh, I love this question.
How strong is Catherine?
It's really a good question about Catherine. Yeah, how strong do we think Catherine is? Does anyone in the chat want to guess?
Chat, do you have guesses for how much he weighs? Can they guess in pounds?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Chat, guess in pounds.
If you know the grams, you get bonus points.
Yeah, that's true.
20 pounds, 40 pounds, 45 pounds, 12 pounds, 30 pounds, 11, 9, 32.
Catherine looking rich.
17.
Your New Year's resolutions are going great. So there are a few close guesses on there. A dog, a cat, or a cat of a similar size would probably weigh more of that, closer to like 30, 40 pounds. Duncan here only weighs about 7 pounds, so womp womp. I feel like there are a couple of close guesses there. Even less when he's flapping like that. No, but as you've noticed, birds need to be pretty lightweight in order to fly. They don't have a very easy time with that if they are too heavy. So Duncan is mostly feathers and very lightweight bones. If we were to take all of his feathers and put them on one side of a scale and all of his bones and put them on the other side of the scale, he would look like already chewed gum. And also his feathers would probably weigh more than his bones. And that's true for most birds, with the exceptions of kind of heavy boned birds like emus and things like that. But now we're going to meet a couple of really big birds. Duncan here, is a professional. What we're also going to do is we're going to give you the chance to kind of handle one of our other ambassadors. Does that sound good?
Excellent.
So we can kind of probably spend some time with Duncan here while we kind of help get you set up with that for just a moment. We want to make sure that all these birds are situated and comfortable and all that. So first thing we're going to do is actually I'll bring you over here. You can kind of see that even though Duncan only weighs about 7 pounds, Catherine has this handy dandy kickstand.
You stay over here.
That's just going to help keep her a nice.
That's very
level.
clever.
Yes.
I've never seen this.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So actually, if you could hold out your left hand and just, okay, I'm going to make that just a little bit taller for you. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to set this over here. I'm going to get you set up with a glove, and then we're going to spend some time with Duncan while Zoe helps get you situated. So she should be coming right out that door in just a moment here. Actually, I'll poke my head in. Make sure that
While
she's
we
ready
have
for
Duncan
us.
out here, chat, a lot of times when you see bald eagles in movies, it's actually a wedge-tailed eagle that has been CGI'd to look like a bald eagle. Bald eagles are not legally allowed to be in movies like that.
They are, if you
so, okay.
Has anyone seen the proposal?
Yes, so if you've seen the proposal, it was not a bald eagle, it was a wedge-tailed eagle, and then it had a red-tailed hawk call over it because that's the right bird.
Once you start noticing movies, TV shows, things like that, when they use incorrect animal calls, it's ruined. It's ruined forever. In the Last of Us TV show, they were playing incorrect woodpecker sounds for where they were. Ruined. All right, so let's see. I'm going to come over here if you want to hang tight.
So Duncan is one of our stars of International
on your
Vulture
left
Awareness Day,
hand.
even though he's an eagle,
And then-
because he's filled that same role in the ecosystem in Australia.
So I know he looks really
Since there are not vultures in Australia, they are so important to the environment of cleaning up all the dead things that a bird needed to fill that. So that's what wedge-tailed eagles do. And this is one of the only wedge-tailed eagles over here in this hemisphere. There were only 3, his
And I'll be
siblings.
standing right here.
I think we've lost at least one at this point that has passed away, so there are not very many of these birds to be seen in the United States. So we're very fortunate to be able to share Duncan with all of you guys.
Nice.
And then we're getting Alejandro situated, and we'll be over there.
So heavy.
Pretty heavy.
That is such a handy tool because
Yeah,
there's
Maya's got Alejandro. I want you guys in chat, guess how heavy Alejandro is. Is that a Yeti?
by all means.
That is a harpy eagle that Maya is holding.
If we want to probably gently
See,
scoot
12
ourselves over
pounds, 10
here as
pounds,
well.
50 pounds.
We can probably
Wow,
scoot
Maya's
Duncan.
holding a 50-pound bird.
There you go. Nice.
So, chat, this is a small harpy eagle. I want you to know that. So he is a small male. The females are much bigger, and he's still small for a male, too.
Yeah.
10 pounds, 22 pounds. Somebody said you're holding a 50-pound bird.
you think? Chat.
Maya's really strong.
I'm so strong.
25 pounds. They like his sounds. Yeah, he sounds like a squeak honk, like a duck.
He sounds like a
little
duck.
bit. Yeah.
Like a really big, weird gray duck.
How heavy is he? Do you guys know?
Yeah, Alejandro generally hovers around 11 or 12 pounds or so, though in some cases up to 14. It kind of depends on the time of year. So now, a difference that you're probably noticing if you've held other raptors before, he feels a lot heavier and more dense, partly because a lot of his weight is concentrated right in those big feet. Now that back talon of his is about the same size as a grizzly bear's claw. So pretty robust, robust bird for sure. Though, as Kelsey was saying, yeah, he's on the smaller side for a harpy eagle. Now, he came to live with us as part of what's called an SSP. Did you guys talk about SSPs? Oh, amazing. An SSP is a species survival plan. So, though a lot of the work we do with animals involves, breeding them and then trying to reintroduce them to their native habitats, before we can do that, we have to make sure that their native habitat is ready for them to be reintroduced to. So it involves work with a lot of different organizations to get that bird, to release that animal in a place other than like a parking lot if your main concern is habitat loss, things like that. So what a species survival plan does is it is generally a lot of organizations and zoos and places like that working together so that we can make sure that we have strong population genetics in human care. That way, while we're working on that other stuff, we can continue breeding these birds, even if they're not quite ready to head back to their habitat yet. Thank you, Alejandro. Wowzers.
Everyone poops.
That was impressive. That was a good one, yeah.
That grip is like, I know that's nothing, but that felt crazy.
For sure, 100%. When we talk about the range that raptors can squeeze with their feet, it's anywhere from like 200 to 1,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. This is probably one of those birds on the higher end, though generally they're only using those really strong feet when they're grabbing onto their food. These birds get a bit of a reputation in their native habitats in like Central South America. People are often worried that they are going to carry away their dog, their cat, their toddler, things like that. In many cases, these birds can only carry away about a third of their body weight at a time. But still, they've got some really strong grip and have been known to hunt things as large as small monkeys or even sloths.
Yeah.
So you can see that reflected.
This is Alejandro. Chat, I see some of you asking his name. His name is Alejandro. This is the same bird that Connor held. Some of you were asking.
That's right.
And we are in Missouri. This is World Bird Sanctuary. We are in Missouri, just outside of St. Louis. We're doing a fundraiser today. Maya has graciously brought you all here to do a fundraising stream for us. We are raising money for our foster forest. It is a series of aviaries behind the scenes for our rehab program. We basically are getting so many birds through the hospital that we need to expand and have more space for them. So this past year, we had 751 birds come through our rehab hospital. We are on track to have 1,000 birds a year by 2029. So we need space to put those birds. And I know that sounds like crazy big numbers, but basically that means people know where to take birds now when they're injured because we're able to help them get back in the wild. So we're building some rehab facilities for them. We thank you guys so much for all of your generosity and being here with us today.
Alejandro says thank you too. See, that's how he says
Yeah, Alejandro says thank you.
It sounds like quack, but it actually means thank you guys so much. Oh my
Sound
gosh.
like a quack.
They're asking again how much he weighs.
Oh, what's that?
How much he weighs, if you remind them.
Yes. Anywhere, probably at this time of year, around 12 pounds, though in the wintertime, he can get up to close to 14. So that's why we got this nice little kickstand, because if you guys want to see if you have what it takes to be like Maya or be like one of our trainers here, okay, you take a gallon of like water or milk, hold it in your non-dominant hand away from your body for like half an hour.
No, I can't.
And that's about as much as some of our smaller eagles weigh in many cases. So some of our largest eagles, 13, 14 pounds is not that out of the ordinary. So. Now, when Alejandro came to live with us, as part of, he was still in that SSB, but they were trying to pair him with females of the same species, and he was not quite understanding what to do.
Sure.
So in all likelihood, he associates better with human beings, so we're going to have to find other means to make that happen, but it's still very possible. Yeah.
Could we have Maya stand in front of the World Bird Sanctuary?
Absolutely,
That's a good idea.
absolutely.
I just have to walk over
Say,
there.
feel strong and confident. We'll
you
move
got it.
just
I'm
nice
ready.
and
I'm just
gentle.
gonna-
Watch
Masha,
your
you thank
step.
you for the
lifted
$15
weights before you came
donation.
here.
Red Panda KFC,
I did
thank you so
not.
much for that $20 donation.
Go a little bit to your right.
Huh? To my right.
Perfect. Thank you.
He said, I get it.
Great question. Kendall.
Yeah.
Is artificial insemination possibility for birds?
Yes, so that is likely the strategy we will have to
Can you say
use since
cheese?
Alejandro does not know the first thing to do with a female harpy eagle. They've tried it multiple times at previous facilities, and he just doesn't quite know. Hi, buddy. What to do. So, yep, he has some favorite trainers here who are able to collect a sample, and we'll leave it at that. But
He said, don't shame him.
yeah, for sure. Now,
He's such a good boy.
He's so
Thank you for that
good.
$5
there are
donation.
very few harpy eagles in the country that come out to do this type of education work as well. To my knowledge, there's, I believe, 3 or 4 that will come out on the glove like this. So, you know, he's a very special boy. Wedge-tailed eagles are special too, but this is kind of where it's at.
Kendall, they're asking why he keeps moving his head around like that.
That's a great question too. Why he keeps moving his head around. That is a lot of the time how these birds will focus their vision. So if we want to focus our vision, our eyes are kind of making micro adjustments all the time that are going to help us look at what we're looking at. Their eyes don't move around inside their head. In many cases, there's not enough room inside those heads for muscles that attach to those eyes. So when their eyes are kind of fixed, they will instead kind of manually focus their eyes by kind of bobbing their heads around. You'll especially see this with really young birds too. Have you ever seen those videos of owls where they're doing this? Yeah, that's them learning how to focus their eyes. Right, buddy? I know.
I'm trying to get a shot of the helix.
So
if
he's
I
just
can.
taking a good look
You can go
around.
to the left if that's easier. That helix is crazy.
Hey, Kendall.
Oh, and this is the angle from which he looks really big and beautiful. It's like holding a fish closer to the camera. Yeah.
We're asking about holding birds in non-dominant hand. Do you want to talk about why the left hand is usually with the glove?
Now, falconry, the practice of working alongside birds of prey, is one of the oldest sports known to mankind. So, you know, in traditional falconry, you have your glove on your left hand, your right hand is free to tie a knot or collect whatever quarry, you know, you might have gone and hunted with that bird. In modern falconry, you might have your GPS in your right hand. That sort
Waiting
of thing.
Pilot, thank you
So,
for that $25 donation.
But generally, it is just so that you can have that right hand free. All of the trainers here, whenever we're working alongside these birds, we have to be very good at, you know, doing things one-handed. So, for example, tying a knot with one hand is one of the things that we'll do when we're kind of transporting birds from place to place, or you know, getting that radio telemetry on a bird with only one hand. So, you know, fastening a zip tie and that sort of thing. So, yeah, it's definitely it can
You're
be.
just the best
There's a learning curve for sure.
Something's up there.
They're asking about the color of his eyes. Some people are saying they look like voids.
They do look like voids. They have really dark eyes and kind of a really wide face, too. These are great observations, you guys. All being a scientist is asking questions about things we don't understand. So these are great scientist questions. So he's got those really dark eyes and kind of big round face. So he has a lot of his face feathers kind of folded in. These birds do kind of often hunt in some low light conditions. They are kind of a tropical jungle species. So in many cases, they might be hunting where there's not as much light. Many scientists think that birds with darker eyes might rely more heavily on other senses, such as hearing. So you see that with barn owls and barred owls. Birds with lighter eyes than they think are maybe more visual hunters. So most birds of prey have vision that is close to 10 times more powerful than our own. You know, a bird like Alejandro could see the writing on a newspaper page from, you know, a football field away, if not more. So
This is a harpy eagle.
if he was able to read, he would be able to read. all of
Monkaroo,
those
thank you for the
words.
$50 donation.
Thank you guys for the dinos.
Nova Artistic, thank you for the $25 donation.
Anything collected today goes towards our, you know, wildlife hospital, but, you know, you can also always look at our website and get involved in other ways as well.
Wish list.
Yes, we have an Amazon
yes.
wish list. Like I said, we're a nonprofit organization. So when Murphy went super viral a couple years ago, it was something like, I think people donated close to $20,000 worth of supplies. and we are still relying on those
That's
and using those
amazing.
little things like sponges or, you know, like scrubby brushes and things like that you don't always think about, but that are actually, honestly, a lot of cleaning supplies, which might not surprise you at all.
Yeah.
But little expenses like that. So it's really really helpful.
Awesome.
I know. Thank you, buddy.
Though we're getting lots of questions about what they eat in the wild. Can they pick up a deer?
You know, maybe, but probably not. Most birds of prey can only carry away about a third of their body weight at a time, and that includes stuff that they have eaten. So, for example, if a vulture gorges themselves on something on the ground, they might eat so much that they are unable to fly. And that's when you'll see vultures do something like vomiting to allow themselves to fly away. But in this case, their main sources of prey are things that are fairly small, with the occasional really large piece of prey. So more often you're seeing things like small monkeys, sometimes even parrots, snakes, things like that. Occasionally things like sloths, but definitely not your brother, your sister, your in-laws, things like that.
Sad.
Some large species of eagles, like golden eagles, for example. There was a video going around of this like golden eagle that was like carrying away a baby deer. In many cases, what ends up happening is they will work smarter, not harder, just like we saw Aesop do earlier, and Cash by walking. But they will wait for a good opportunity where there's a big gust of wind and something is perched precariously on the edge of a cliff. They'll dig those very big, strong feet into whatever it is that they want to eat, and then they'll spread their wings out. Birds like this have close to a 5 or even 6 foot wingspan, and they'll let Mother Nature do most of the work, turning them into a big kite.
Termalini, thank you for the $5. I see the question about 24-hour camera streams. We do not have those right now. And a lot of our birds live behind the scenes and then they go off-site to do programming. So a lot of times if we had 24-hour camera streams, you would be looking at an empty habitat. But we would like to add some cameras into our habitats on Avian Avenue. Connor has talked about maybe at some point we can get Murphy set up with a camera in our eagle aviary. So that might be something to look forward to in the future. But currently we do not have anything like that, unfortunately.
Quack. Thank you. One of the other interesting things, too, that I'll point out, I think you said a couple of people asked about coloration, not only of his eyes, but of the rest of his body. You can see that he's got this kind of pretty grayish color and then this whitish underside. That is pretty common in predatory animals. You think of like something like a shark, right? They've got that really dark top and that kind of light bottom. That's called counter shading. And there are birds out in nature that do it too. That way, if anything is looking down or is looking up at them from down below, they're seeing something white that might look like the sun coming in through the trees. And if they're looking down on it from above, it blends more easily into, you know, either the dark ocean floor or in this case, like the dark forest floor, something like that too. So.
Maya Chat's worried about you. How's your arm?
It's okay.
Doing good. The kickstand is really helpful.
Oh, this could not happen without the kickstand.
For sure.
It would be like 10 seconds max.
Yeah,
Kid, we thank you for the $15.
Yeah.
He's friendly, but he's not that friendly.
Dick.
Still allowed him.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you so much.
I think he's like one of the friendliest eagles I've ever met.
I would say
I've
so.
met like 80 eagles. So.
We have 13 permanent resident bald eagles and a couple of golden eagles and wedge-tailed eagles, and they all have really distinct personalities. For example, you guys didn't get to meet Patriot. She's one of our largest bald eagles here at World Bird Sanctuary. Her nickname is America's Sweetheart because she's a bit of a diva. She's very big, and she knows she's very big. They all have really distinct personalities. I would say Alejandro is amongst one of our sweetest birds.
Yeah,
and
so
we
good.
work with these animals a lot like coworkers. I say sweet. What I really mean is, he's chill. He's a chiller. He is receptive to new experiences and new people, as opposed to, some of our birds, which might take a little bit more warming up. For example, one of our newer bald eagles, newer animal ambassador bald eagles, Scout. Scout. You remember Scout?
Yep.
Yeah. Love Scout. He's doing great. He's about 5 years old, but he's still early on in his training. These animals
you guys that for that long. I remember Scout came in.
And some of our staff too, who haven't seen Scout in a minute, were like, "Oh my gosh, his head is so white."
Right.
It really is.
Toasted Ramen, thank you for the 25.
Streamer.
Streamer.
Thank you.
Alejandro says thank you too.
But yeah, very distinct personalities. We do a lot of training to get them comfortable with experiences like this too. So it's definitely
Kendall, how old is Alejandro?
Alejandro is about, let me think, what did we just say? About 36. 36?
36.
36?
Wow.
No, 26. That's right, because 26. 26.
26.
Duncan's 36. He's 26.
We're twins.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're the same age. Wow.
Can I interview you, Maya?
Sure.
Okay. What is he saying to you right now? I'm so sorry, buddy. That is my fault.
You cannot interview me. I changed my mind.
Okay.
He doesn't like the paparazzi, specifically this paparazzi.
Yep, sorry, buddy.
This is not about things. One of the things I mentioned earlier is a lot of our birds here, for whatever reason, are slightly more comfortable with our female staff.
Right, yeah.
Because
there's also this like whole rig.
right,
Scary
that
rig.
doesn't help, you know. It's like a lot of snakes and things that he might want to eat. But part of the reason for that is because for a long time, a lot of our veterinary staff was mostly men.
Right.
You know, I don't like going to the dentist, and if I had a dentist that looked the exact same every time, that would give me anxiety for sure.
Valid.
But, no.
Would it be at all
He's a
possible
harpy
Kayla
eagle,
to
for those of you that are just
Absolutely.
joining.
That would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
awesome.
for sure. Here, we'll go ahead and we'll trade off, and we can take turns.
Sure. Are you ready?
Nice big
Wow.
and
Wow. That's a big bird.
thank you, Alejandro. There you go. High five.
Thank you.
High glove.
Oh,
You can
yeah.
actually take that if you want it. There we go.
Yay, good job.
Holy moly.
Holy stat, yeah.
That is amazing.
I was gonna say, let me look at your
Actually,
arm for a
keep
sec.
them.
Just
Huh?
I was gonna say, you can see the imprints of the glove because you know, he is not that heavy when you hold
Here's a
something
little
like that really
toe.
still. So that is not
That's
from him
nice.
squeezing or anything. That is just from him being heavy. So we're gonna trade off. Now you have some bird experience as well. Birds are kind of your domain, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
Kayla has way more bird experience than I do.
Excellent. So you know the drill. Left hand.
Yeah.
TK Orange, thank you for the $1.
Nice and sweaty.
Yeah. Ooh, primed.
Hey, buddy.
So same deal. Perfect.
Got it?
Yep.
Right, and I will still hold on to that leash for you.
Hi, buddy.
Perfect.
Hi, sweet boy.
And then I will scoot around
She's
this
so
way.
strong.
Pass this off to you. Give you that nice kickstand as well. Which is good height. There you go.
Oh my goodness. You're so handsome.
Now I know this has been, you know, you guys have seen a lot and done a lot. If there are any questions about things that we haven't seen in this amphitheater too, people can feel
Like
free
shaking because I'm so excited.
to ask those
So I'm
questions.
going to get in front of you because I'm taking a picture.
Sweet boy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quacking is not the only sound
God, he's so stunning.
that these birds can make. When they are really comfortable, they make this really loud whistling kind of sounds like "Kia," which we hear occasionally.
I love him. He's really good.
Excellent.
What you see, bud? What you looking at? Yeah. Yeah. What do I have? A necklace? Earrings?
So he might be interested in your glasses,
My hair?
your hair,
Yeah.
all kinds of things.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm not used to holding eagles with a kickstand.
Yeah, did you
It's a weird
guys
feeling.
use those before?
No, not really.
I've never seen those.
Yeah.
It's so smart.
We had one
So
made
nice.
for.
There's just wood, but it's not adjustable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the adjustable ones, I believe these are just repurposed rifle stands, actually. So
Yeah.
yeah, they can be a little bit pricey in some cases. This is
think
another thing
I-
that's often on our wish list, actually, because you know, resting a 15-pound bird on them for a while can be a little bit.
I think we
taxing.
made a really impromptu one for. We had a bald eagle that weighed about 11, 12
Sure.
pounds. And when we were working on taking her out, I think I made kind of an impromptu one just to have. But
Sure.
30
And then-
Philly, thank you for the
I know,
25.
look at it.
ADAC, thank you for the
Look
5.
at it.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
So much.
The Hoot House live stream. Thank you for the raid.
Yeah. Any other questions? We're more than happy. Like I said, we love talking about these birds. It's literally our job. So you can ask as many questions as you want.
Other questions?
Yeah.
What do you got? Thank you for linking their wish list.
Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, buddy. my
They
hair.
asked what his
Yeah.
lifespan is.
Yeah, I started to touch on that. So, most eagles out in nature, most large eagles like this, anywhere from 20 to 30 years, 20 to 35 years would be a pretty long lifespan. But living in human care, once again, as much as we prefer these animals to be out in nature, they get a pretty sweet setup. In many cases, we can double or sometimes triple the natural lifespan of some of these animals. So, for example, most eagles, bald eagles, right, that we think of as being here, their average lifespan might be something like 25 to 30 years. In human care, they can sometimes live closer to 50 years. Another example, barn owls out in nature, like Banshee, who you met, their average lifespan in nature is about 2 to 5 years. Our oldest barn owl here turned 22 this year. She's as old as the sands of time. She's a very old bird, but she has a really cushy life. She doesn't have to worry about potential predators or poisonings or, finding and establishing a territory or anything like that. So,
Eden, thank you for the $400 donation. Wow. Eden is now in the lead for the top donator spot. Ooh. Has been donating throughout the stream, has been here the whole stream. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you who have been here the whole time, by the way. Yeah, very cool. I love the way he moves his head. It is so cool.
And I do have to pitch, too, if you're someone who's watching on the stream right now, but you live kind of in the Midwest, come out and visit. There's so much to do in St. Louis related to animals and conservation.
And I'm like, okay, you think
there's
about
the Endangered Wolf Center. There's the St. Louis Zoo, which is free to visit. There's World Bird Sanctuary. There's the Botanical Gardens right here in St. Louis. All these incredible places. So, you can make a trip out of it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. The sanctuary is open to the public from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. pretty much every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas. So we do ask for a $12 per car just entry fee to help go towards the care and feeding of our resident animal ambassadors as well as our wildlife hospital. But, you get to see all of the birds that you got to see today. And if you time it right, you can come out for a show as well. And some of those birds will fly right over your heads as well.
Felt awesome. Thank you for the $5.
Everything like that counts.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, what's our total right now? We're at $7,736. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
That's incredible.
That is awesome.
How's your arm holding up? Good. Excellent.
JLo Steve V2, thank you for the 15.
Whenever he's ready. Yeah, it's fine with me.
He could sit here all day. Most birds of prey spend up to 70% of their day perched in one place. So, sitting still is something that they're really good at, which I can relate to. I also love to sit. Huge fan of sitting. But it costs a lot of energy for them to be out and flying around if they don't know when and where their next meal is coming from. So most of the time out in nature, they like to sit. Now that behavior that he just did, where if you guys noticed that, where he wobbled his tail a little bit, that's actually a comfort thing. That means that he's feeling pretty cozy. There are other signs that we look for to know that a bird is feeling very comfortable, where they like puff up all of their feathers and shake them all out. That behavior is called a rouse. That's another sign that a bird is feeling pretty chill. But
Wazix11, thank you for the 50.
Alejandro here is very cozy. You're being a great perch.
I'm trying.
You're doing a great job.
It's really
Kayla.
important to me that I be a great perch.
Yeah, for sure. for sure.
Kayla would sit and man a bird for 12 hours a day.
I would.
18.
Yep.
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yep. We've definitely worked with a couple birds. That's what it takes a lot of the time. It's just time. It's a lot of time and effort. The birds don't take weekends off. The birds don't take holidays off. So, I'm sure you've experienced that too. We're here all the time caring for the animals.
All the time.
They also asked what his diet is like here.
Oh, what his diet is like here. He definitely has some favorites. I would say his favorite food is probably rabbit. We're very fortunate to get a majority of the food that we have here at World Bird Sanctuary that we feed out donated. So, for example, we get things like rabbits donated from local 4-H groups, right? Breeder rabbits that have naturally expired that local 4-H clubs will actually save and donate to us. Well cared for, humanely cared for rabbits, things like that. We also feed out things like chick. He prefers his chicken nuggets with the feathers still on. We get fish donated from local fisheries, things like that. There are some things that we can't really, here, I'm going to trade off with you, that we can't really get donated. Thanks, Zoe. I'll just stand right here. So, for example, things like rat or quail, we can't get those things donated, but they do make up a large part of what birds in our wildlife hospital eat. We can't get them donated because of the risk of contamination with things like poison or risk of illnesses that could be transmitted to humans. So we do have to purchase those things from facilities that supply to zoos and herpetariums across the country. Some months we are just on things like rat and quail alone, we might be spending close to $10,000 on when we have really busy times in our wildlife hospital. Those growing birds, when we get young birds that need you know, a little bit of extra help, that would be like the kind that would be in our foster forest. They eat mostly rats because it's a really holistic part of their diet. Once again, that's something we can't usually get donated. So, you know, everything that we collect goes towards that kind of care and feeding.
Lilor, thank you for the 2. Witchley, thank you for the 25. Eden Envy, thank you for the 199. Benny, thank you for the 50. You guys are helping us out tremendously. Thank you so much for all the donations. We are working towards building our foster forest. They are extra aviaries for our rehab patients. Last year we took we took 751 patients through our hospital. And we are on track to have 1,000 patients per year by 2029. So we need a lot more space for these birds. So thank you guys so much. You are helping us to build space for them. Lilor, thank you for the 248. I see this bid war going on here. Oh my gosh, crowned eye.
Crowned eye.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the $1,111.11.
He always waits until the end.
We really appreciate all of the help. Thank you guys so much.
That's crazy.
You're making such a big difference in the lives of these birds.
Did Crowned Eye just get the #1 spot?
No, it's
all
still
of the
Lilor.
staff and all of, you know, the birds. We're all really deeply touched that you guys wanted to come out here as well. We put a lot of effort into caring for these animals, and it's always so wonderful for us to get to showcase them to a wider audience, you know, and talk about just the work that we do. We care a lot about it, so, you know, it takes a lot of work, so.
And the top donator today, I saw it in chat, we're going to put a plaque with your name on the foster forest aviary that we build. It'll be the Great Horned Owl aviary. That is the first one we were trying to complete. And we needed about $15,000 to complete it, a little more than that actually. So we're getting very close to being able to complete that. We had some money raised already. So thank you guys so much, because that is going to be a huge help for our rehab facility to be able to get more birds out into the wild quicker when they're ready to go. Because right now we are kind of having a bottleneck issue where there are birds ready to go outside to get their strength back, and we just don't have the outdoor space for it. So we are trying to work hard to make sure that we can have space for these birds to get them back out in nature as soon as they are ready. Eden Envy, thank you for the 151. Cosmic Crows, thank you for the 5.
Somebody asked if the glove keeps him from crushing Kayla's arm. Kayla's crying.
Say the main function of the glove, honestly, would be for like puncture damage. Once again, these talons are very sharp, and
They're also really dirty, Chat.
yeah, a little bit.
Talons are really dirty.
He's a dirty bird.
They eat raw meat with those feet.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't really want bits of raw meat in my arm.
No.
So.
Paul, thank you for the 25.
Oh, breezy. Now, I did want to mention, too, with our wildlife hospital taking in over 750 patients, the year previous, we took in 689 patients. The year before that, it was like 629 patients. So within the last within the last 5 to 10 years or so, we've taken in over half of the total volume of patients we've ever taken in our wildlife hospital. So it's growing exponentially, which is delightful. Sounds like a bummer, actually a good thing. Once again, we have an incredible network of people who care and want to help these birds out and bring them to us, but you know, it means that we're having to scale a little bit more quickly, and I know.
Something VR, thank you for 50. Crowned Eye, thank you for that 33333. Merger, thank you for the 50.
Stone Cold, thank you for the 50. Crowned Eye with that $300 donation, and Eden Envy with the donation before that got us over the 10K mark.
Up to date on your tetanus.
Incredible. Thank
Insane.
you.
Thank you guys so much. Absolutely insane.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Not as amazing as Alejandro.
That is amazing.
I think it's pretty comparable.
Crowned Eye is now in the lead spot, followed by Eden
After
Envy
10
and
minutes of
Lilor.
existing in his space.
Yeah.
Zara Otter, thank you for the 5.
He's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good.
You want to do some snakes?
Yeah, we want to see some reptiles.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we are a bird sanctuary, but the big secret is a lot of scientists don't really differentiate between birds and reptiles. They share enough things in common and are as common evolutionarily that we have a number of reptiles that also live with us at World Bird Sanctuary. What's that?
If there's any parrots that would like to come out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as we're wrapping up with Alejandro, we can probably transition to some of those other animals too, if we would like, or we can keep Alejandro out. Kind of up to you guys. Though I would say if we're gonna have a snake out, might not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
So that might look like a piece of spaghetti or a big bird.
Chat's ready for reptiles.
Okay, great. All right.
It was The charming time.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and, yep. And he's just gonna make a nice gentle step.
So what?
Very nice. All right.
Yes, Alejandro was
nice.
incredible. We love him. He's a good bird.
He's a good
He's a
bird.
great ambassador for his species.
Yeah, he does a lot of good work. He's helped educate in his time here, and he's been with us for a couple of years at this point, transferred from, I believe, the San Diego Zoo. He's helped educate literally hundreds, if not thousands of people just about his species. And, we are working with partnering with other facilities as well to hopefully be able to breed more of these wonderful birds. They are considered vulnerable, so kind of on that IUCN status. Their populations are likely decreasing, and the main challenges they face actually has to do, in many cases, with poaching and habitat loss. So because people have this idea of these animals as being dangerous, sometimes, people will take matters into their own hands, which, if you were to do that here, it's against the law. You could say that it is illegal.
That was good. That was good. I liked it.
I missed that one. That was good.
Huh?
I just got that one. Solid.
We do have one, I'm going to show our hand here. We have one series of jokes that's my absolute favorite when we talk about, animals like bald eagles, who have also historically been, kind of similar, in similar straits conservationally as birds like harpy eagles, right? There was a period of time where even bald eagles were considered endangered. And through partnership and working together, we were able to seriously help these animals and bring them back from the brink of extirpation or extinction in the lower 48. What happened is there was this pesticide called DDT, really good at getting rid of pests, but also would harm the way the animals' bodies worked. So when they would go to lay an egg, instead of having a nice thick shell, they would end up with something more like a water balloon. So when mom or papa bald eagle would go to sit on their nest, instead of an eaglet, they would end up with an omelet.
Yeah,
Which is a joke that never goes over easy. But we tell people not to let it get them too scrambled, because there's also a sunny side of the story. Yay!
Wow.
And then we're all out of yolks, so that's all we got.
Wow.
That was
really
well
a
done
lot.
and well executed.
Oh, that was
And here I am. I'm just going to take that and incorporate that into every program I do with the bald eagle in it. Thank you so much.
I've noticed she has not had the stick this whole time. Has anyone noticed that?
no stick.
She's incredible.
Thank you.
Eat and Envy with a, what was it, $649 donation. I think there were a couple others that have come through in the past couple minutes. Thank you guys so much. Eat and Envy is in the top spot right now with a $2,000 in donations today. And then Crowned Eye with $1,444 and Lilor with $1,250. You guys are nuts. Thank you so much. Now everybody clap for Alejandro.
We've got some bird nerds. Well, Alejandro's probably about ready to go back
I
to
was
his
talking
dressing
to
room.
them, not you guys. I would never
but-
command your clap, just so you know.
Mine said
Guys, clap now. Okay, sorry.
Please clap. But if you guys would like to meet a reptile, let's see. I feel like we've got one waiting in the wings, so to speak, perhaps.
Oh, the jokes.
Oh, okay, great. Well, let me get Alejandro squared away real quick.
You let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye, Alejandro.
No.
Do you guys have any more questions while she is putting Alejandro back in his dressing room? I know, he's an awesome bird. We love him.
He's really cool.
That was wild.
Did Maya hold him? Yes, she did.
You didn't want to be.
I love some kind.
You did not want to be interviewed,
We're going through the door, buddy.
but that is okay.
If someone wants to,
What kind
I'd
of
love to see
chicken
your
is that?
reptile.
It was a harpy eagle. Kayla, they'd like to know your thoughts. They would like your thoughts.
Brain is
Let me get Slayer.
How is your arm? My arm feels totally fine. Totally normal now.
I was feeling very emotional, chat. I teared up a bit. I cried. Which is like the fourth time I've cried today, so,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know how to turn off her mic.
I don't either.
No. Well, you know what? I'll take this off.
She's got a hot mic.
Oh.
Just go
That's
in and
okay.
out. It's fine.
It's okay. Chat, plug your ears. It's okay.
how happy was I on a scale of 10, 100? Yeah, something like that.
Where are the donations at?
Not
Over
measurable.
10?
Incredible. Thank you, guys.
A lot of people
I'm not sure.
if birds prefer like decaying food, and I'm pretty sure, at least for vultures, that's a myth. Like they don't, like if they were presented with like fresh food and rotting food, they would pick the fresh food. The thing about vultures is that not all of them have the strength to break into a really fresh carcass. So, nice.
Dude.
Man, that's a game changer. You should have asked for that at the beginning of the stream.
Oh, that's so nice.
Connor's using the pole to hold you guys up.
It's like a
Also,
tripod.
chat, say thank you to Connor. He's been holding this DSLR for 3 and almost 4 hours.
It's been fun.
That's
I got-
pretty impressive.
90% of the shots were perfect.
They're actually really impressed. Like, you did a really good job shooting through the wire.
Cool.
Yeah. They're
The
saying,
flights,
they
I
said
only
go
messed up
Connor.
one flight shot. That's because I was trying to get too close.
Space said they've actually been so good.
That's crazy. coming
That's
from
huge.
space,
Yeah, that's
too.
crazy.
Awesome job.
Chat, make sure you do command WBS to get to World Bird Sanctuary's website. You can also follow them on Instagram, and you can see the birds on their Instagram.
Yes,
And on Facebook.
Instagram, Twitter, X, I guess now.
Oh, are you?
We
I
are.
didn't find you
we
on
don't
Twitter.
post a lot on there just because usually
I
we
didn't
post our
tag you.
big, long stories about the rehab patients, and Twitter or X doesn't really allow very many characters. So it's really difficult to have the whole story on there, so there's not a lot.
Gosh, it spooked me.
Bye, friend.
That is a parrot. Call it Twitter. Thank you. Yeah. We mostly post on Facebook and Instagram, though, and we'll post a lot of our rehab patients that have gone through, or we'll post releases on there. So, our next guest is coming out.
Big snake.
Ooh.
Kahuna, thank you for the $15 donation.
Wow. This snake makes
You
noodle.
heard a lot of sounds in there. We do have a number of parrots that also live with us at World Bird Sanctuary. Parrots,
gosh.
similar to
Look at this.
crows like
Baby.
Aesop, are about as smart as a 2 or 3 year old child, with big pliers for a face and a voice that can be heard from about, in some cases, several miles away. So, not a bird, but still just as impressive. This is Slayer. Slayer is a red-tailed boa. So she is really cute. She's got that beautiful little puppy mouth. You see that? Little colon
So
face.
shiny.
So this is another species that would be actually native to a similar area. As Alejandro.
Look at those iridescent scales,
so
too, in the
cute.
sunlight. If you can.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, actually, here, we'll even scooch over into the sun, and you can see kind of how lovely and beautiful and iridescent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She got places to be.
Excellent.
Yeah, not a bird. You are right, chat. Not a bird.
Very
She's just
good.
happy to be here.
Others.
She's very busy, that's true. Now, supporting places like World Bird Sanctuary is a great way to help with animal conservation, but there are other things that you can do in your day-to-day life. There you go. You're like Vanna White. There's other things that you can do in your day-to-day life to help animals. Simple things. That's a fancy belt. Simple things like, in the case of these animals, recycling, just like Aesop did at the beginning of our time down here in the amphitheater. It's actually a great way to help animals that are native to the Amazon rainforest. Aluminum that things like cans are made of is often mined in places like the Amazon. And unfortunately, we don't yet have the technology to mine underneath trees in many cases. So in that way, what's that? Sure. There, we'll do some snake enrichment in the form of. Very nice.
She goes.
So when we do something like recycle, we can actually help some more tropical species, even if you live very far away from those places. Because when we recycle, reduce, reuse the aluminum we already have, we cut down on the need to cut down trees. So that helps save habitat. Habitat loss is a major cause of, concern or endangerment for a lot of animals native to those types of areas.
This is a red-tailed boa.
Yes, and they asked if she's full grown.
Yes, she is fully grown. Slayer is another animal who is kind of getting close to retirement age, actually. So, she's up there in
She
years.
likes you, Chad.
Snakes have very slow metabolism, so they can generally live for a pretty long time. In some cases, even smaller snakes can live, upwards of 40 years. Something like a ball python, which is one of the most common snakes that you find in the pet trade, but she's kind of getting close to retirement from education, but as a sanctuary, a lot of the work we do also hinges on, giving these animals a place to retire to.
How heavy is she?
How heavy is Slayer? Well, we weigh her about once a month. Let me think. Hang on, we measure in grams. What was she in grams last time? Close to 20 pounds. If I'm doing my conversions
So she's
correctly.
heavier than Alejandro, who you guys just saw before.
That's correct.
I have cats heavier than Alejandro.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can come on over.
Sure.
Kendall, they're asking if red-tailed boas are arboreal.
Hello, ma'am.
There she is.
Hi. Are you enriched?
They certainly can be. In Slayer's case, that is not her most favorite thing. She prefers to hang out on the ground. But much of the time, snakes like this will be found high up in trees, which you have to be some pretty strong trees to be able to support a big snake like this. I would say that Slayer she's about medium sized for a red-tailed boa. They can get a little bit bigger than this.
So how many grams? Go do the math.
Well, generally, let me think. 1 pound is close to 450 grams. So,
Do it yourself, Chad.
I think I already made the algebra joke. I can make it again if you want. I studied animals in school, not math. I'm not good at algebra. But
I liked it even more the second time.
Thanks.
It's about, a little bit longer than Maya?
Yeah, probably. So you can lie down next to her if you want.
Oh,
Yeah, we tested the wingspan. Now we're testing
The snake span?
what do you think?
Perfect.
Wake up. Chat, you fell asleep. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh, we lost
Oh.
one. Oops,
Can you hold this?
Oh, hello. Look, the snake is still here. She's over there, though. She's enriched.
Some enrichment. Snake enrichment.
Oh, okay, good nap. Good nap.
Yes, the snake has new batteries.
Thank you.
All right.
She's ready.
She's ready to go.
She really does have any batteries.
She's
Whoa.
like, batteries engaged.
Because I know what to do with that. Anyway. Are we back?
Yes. I think
Oh my gosh.
We're good to go, right?
And we're back.
Yes.
We probably only have like 30 minutes left on that battery.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Wow, she's cruising.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that we also do enrichment with our snakes. You've seen us do enrichment with lots of animals. We do training sessions, which is a great way to do enrichment. We've done, hello, chat. Box enrichment with a lot of our other animal ambassadors, but snake enrichment, sn enrichment, sometimes just might be being outside, getting some new smells, getting some new textures, and then heading back in.
Some exercise.
Snacksercise, exactly. Yeah. Slayer can use this exercise. Oh, big yawn.
That was a good try.
Wow.
Oh, it wasn't a good camera angle for that. No.
It's okay. They saw it.
Well, it'll never happen again.
Kendall, they're asking if the pet trade for red-tailed boas is as bad as it is for some other animals.
It's kind of hard to compare, I would say. The main, for a lot of birds, especially animals that people sometimes associate with as pets, in many cases you'll find that an animal is doing fine in the pet trade, but is actually endangered in their native range. That's true for especially some kinds of parrots and things like that. So it can be kind of hard to compare, but it is definitely a cause for concern. We're always advocates for
The snake that climbs stairs.
ethically sourcing your snake-like pets, or
Maybe we don't get stuck in the
coming out and
stairs.
visiting them in places like zoos and herpetariums rather than
and go over there.
purchasing them as pets, because once again they can live a very long time and require a lot of specialized care as well.
Yeah, go that way.
Yeah, biggest thing is when you're looking for pets, you have to make sure they are ethically sourced, or even best case scenario, just adopt a dog or a cat.
That's what I say all the time.
Yeah,
That's what we
domesticated
say.
animals,
Yeah.
great stuff.
Yeah.
Working with the birds here is a lot of fun. Birds like Harris hawks and things like that are intelligent, they're team players. But in many cases, these animals are not doing any of the things that they do to please us. They're doing it because it is stimulating and enriching for them. And, they are, in addition to getting that kind of enrichment and mental stimulation, they're also rewarded with a piece of food. We treat these animals like coworkers, but they certainly weren't bred to do this kind of work. We try and give the birds jobs they're going to be good at. If you want an animal that's going to be excited to have you pet it and want to please you very badly and want to be social with you, you're better off getting a domesticated animal. If you really want a bird as a pet, honestly, pigeons make great pets, and that is a bird that we've domesticated. Chickens also. Those are domesticated animals. They've been bred for hundreds, in some cases thousands of years, to specifically
She's so
work in
active.
partnerships.
So cool.
Lilor, thank you for the 250.
Guys, we're on our last.
Where's it going?
I don't know how long, but we're on a little baby battery now. For reference, non-tech people. Our first battery was this big, and the battery we're on right now is this big. So we are on our last legs here. Now is your last chance to get your donations. And if you're going for that top donator slot, I know that it's Crowned Eye and Lilor and Eden. Thank you guys so much for your insane donations today. Thank you to the rest of you also, because I know there have been a ton of $5, $10, $15, $20 increments, and those have obviously been huge for today. It's been very, very, very cool. I hope you guys have learned a ton of stuff. But last, final push for that top donor slot.
Excellent.
We are going to, I saw somebody ask if they could see a parrot. We're going to try to bring out one last ambassador. We'll see if one of our parrots would like to come out, and that will be the last animal.
Maybe we can do some symbolic donations.
Yeah, we could. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Whoever you would like to bring out.
Gosh.
That's so nice. Thank you.
This is going to be real cute.
So some of our parrots live here because they were actually owner surrenders. Some of them are here because they are part of a breeding program and we are looking to find mates for them. So I'm not sure which one they are going to bring out, but we'll see which parrot. Our parrots, some of them, have been trained to take donations. So after shows, a lot of times we'll ask people if they want to make a big difference with their small change. They can come up and give dollar bills or blank checks. We let the animals fill them out themselves, but they'll put that into the donation bin for us so you can hand money straight to the parrots. So we'll see who they bring out. Do you guys have any questions while we're waiting?
Did you hear them, chat? I heard one.
Somebody said, surprise, it's Siren. It's not Siren.
It's definitely
She's
not
not
Siren.
And I forget, Kendall still has her microphone, so you can probably hear them in there too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they definitely heard them. That's funny. Which ambassador has the biggest personality?
Ooh, biggest personality. Gosh, so many of them have such big personalities.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to
It was
meet
so
you.
nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Cousteau, who you guys saw earlier on Avian Avenue, has a pretty big personality. A lot of the parrots have really big personalities.
Oh, you could not have...
Chico, probably our final animal guest. So this is actually the oldest bird living with us at World Bird Sanctuary. And this is Waylon. He's a blue and gold macaw. And he is, at this point, 47 years old now. So, you know, these parrots can live to be a really old age. If we're very lucky, we might have Waylon for, gosh. Oh,
Yes, 47.
Oh, excuse me.
We have blue and gold.
If we're very lucky, we might have Waylon for another... I don't want this? That's so sad. Even 10, 15. In some cases, these birds can even live another 20 years or so. So, no, we just want to sit. There you go. That's nice, buddy.
That's so nice.
It's very nice. So that is one of the reasons why parrots often end up, you know, kind of left in people's wills, actually, because they can live such a long time and are so incredibly intelligent. You know, a beak that could probably deliver close to 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch with a single bite. So Alejandro could probably squeeze with closer to 1,000. That's about twice as strong as Alejandro's feet. That is enough to snap a broom handle in half with just a single bite. So, you know, needs the same kind of mental stimulation as probably a 2 or 3-year-old child. They're a lot of fun to work with, but also, you know, take a lot of effort and energy as well.
Oh my god.
I know. What do you think? He waved to the nice people. He waved.
Crowned eye. Thank you
very
for the
much.
$777.77.
Oh my god.
That has to put Crowned Eye in the top donator slot today. Thank you so much. Insane. Can I get a total space?
Oh, just kidding. We have one more animal ambassador.
Or chatters?
Yay! In fact, did you bring some more snacks for these two lovely parrots?
Cool.
How wonderful. Say, Maya and Kayla and anyone else, if you guys want to
Don't have to.
symbolically donate, we've got some crow bucks.
Chat, it's on behalf of your $11,957 today.
Not legal tender. But you can pass this, hold it at the very tippy end and pass it right to Waylon.
For you.
We'll place it thoughtfully.
Thank you. Oh.
And carefully and gently.
Oh.
In the box. In the box.
Yes,
There
that's
we
so
go.
nice.
Into our donation box.
What an
Eden
angel.
Envy, thank you
Once
for the
you've been
250.
doing something like this for 47 years, you know.
Hannah Poxy,
go.
thank you for the
Done.
50. Jesus Murphy, thank you for the 10.
Eden, thank you
Very
so
tippy end.
much.
Pass
For
it directly
you.
to that
You
great
guys are
big
incredible. Thank you.
You're a dream. That is
Wow.
beautiful.
Good
There's your
job,
money.
Waylon.
The
Donation
donation
box.
box. Good.
Yay, Waylon! Chat, those your money.
Good.
And this little gentleman is Mats. Mats is another bird that's with us as part of an SSP, or species survival plan. Parrots like this, red-fronted macaws, are considered endangered in their native habitat, which is Bolivia. They are an endemic species, so that means that they're not really found anywhere else. Hi, bud. Thank you. I'm not done donating yet. Pat, keep it coming. There you go. Yeah. Here, take this one. Excellent.
So nice.
So eventually, of course.
Chat, we have a lot of staff that are watching the stream, and they are so appreciative. A couple of them have said, you guys are making me cry. You're so generous. Thank you so much. This means the world to us to be able to continue what we do and to have your support. Thank you.
Hi, staff.
Hi, Chad. Hi, staff.
Someone tell Tico
Chat, say
she
hi.
could be this nice.
That's what I'm.
A little bit garbage.
It's just they look so similar, and it
Someone
breaks my
tell
brain.
Tico that
Good job, Matt. So Matt's is kind of an ambassador in training. He doesn't quite know how to donate yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Such a little macaw.
I bet Tico would donate.
Yeah.
She would definitely do that.
Cup Nice, thank you for the 5.
Wow. Oh, he says, I can do a trick too. Can I see some great big wings? Wow, these are pretty big. Pretty big.
Tico knows wings. Baby steps, Tico. There's a donation box in your future.
Are you a good parrot? Yes. Are you a good parrot? Yes, we are a good parrot. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to reach for that snack. Yes.
Yep. No, one of the things that I just find so funny when people point them out, parrots just have really weird tongues. And if Waylon sticks his way out, there you go. There you go. They're just kind of funky. That's one of the things that helps them break open seeds and nuts as well. A lot of the times they'll push them against that great big beak with that tongue. There you go. I know.
Kozari, thank you for the 5.
One more donation.
I would love to. I will hand him donations all day.
Good. That's what they like to hear.
Yeah. All
Crowned
day.
Eye, thank you for the 222.
For you. Thank you.
Oh,
no, tragic.
It really is.
It was unlucky.
That was so tragic.
He's an old man. Everyone's
You
got to
did
be nice
such
to
a
him.
good job. That's so nice.
Good job,
good job, Waylon.
Good job, buddy.
They're asking if Waylon flies.
Waylon does not fly. We do have a couple of ambassador parrots who are trained to fly, but that was never really one of Waylon's most special skills. He much prefers to chat a little bit instead and take donations as well.
Crowned Eye, thank you for the $222 and probably 22-cent donation.
Do we like that?
Put Crowned Eye in the leading spot.
Yes, we do like that. Wow. Seems like we got kind of a bidding war for the top spot.
$12,500.
Holy crap.
Birdologist, thank you for the 20.
That's the highest it's been.
Oh my gosh. Eden.
Oh, wow.
Oh! You didn't think of the $750 donation.
Hang on. Let me
Put Eden. This is Eden. This is your.
Kendall's gonna find $750 for you.
Yep, 10 got it. This is your money.
Okay, that's pretty
He's
good.
like, wait, this is too much. How do I even?
All right, you know what? You did your best, actually. I wouldn't know what to do with $750 either.
He's like, what if I keep it for myself, actually? Yeah. How many treats can I buy with this?
Money can be exchanged for goods and services. $750 can buy
Forrest
many
Joni,
peanuts
thank you for the
Waylon.
25. He said, "What? It's too much money."
Somebody said, can they both
Waylon.
have a plaque?
Oh, is it too hard? This one is really big. I know. There you go. You got it. Good job.
$13,294
Hot dog.
to World Bird Sanctuary today.
Incredible.
Insane.
Can you ask them
guys
to
so much.
speak? That is a great question. So Waylon is a very soft-spoken man, so we can try.
Really get in here. No, I don't want to kiss. You say hello. Good job. Matt can too. Hang on. Okay.
Matt, can you say hi? Can you say hi? This is weird.
Matt does speak Simlish also. He's really good at it. I know. We're very good at it. No, Matt just likes to be included in the conversation a lot of the time. So if we start talking, sometimes he'll start talking, but it sounds like...
We get along very well with Siren.
Can you say hi?
Oh, good job. Yeah, that is funny. You're right.
Good job.
How old is Matt's?
Ooh, that is a fantastic question. Matt came to us from another facility. A lot of us, I think, at first did not realize that he was almost 20 years old when he came to us. Yeah, I know. He's very sassy. All of our parrots at this point now, I think, are over 20 years old or so. you know, hopefully at some point, Max is still a perfect age for at some point maybe getting a girlfriend, and then we can work on breeding these parrots as well and bolstering that SSP. You know, like I was saying earlier, many parrots are doing okay in the pet trade, but they're not as common in their native range. So that is, I know, good job, another cause for concern. I know.
I see you guys asking about music. So sometimes for enrichment, we actually will play videos on TV for them, so they watch movies.
They were watching Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs earlier today.
Yeah. Very
nice.
They also watched The Lorax today. They like Shrek.
Tangled is Waylon's favorite.
What's the one that replays all the time upstairs?
Arizona is a retired ambassador parrot that we have. He lives upstairs, and he doesn't, as in his old age, doesn't get along as well with the other parrots. So he kind of prefers to hang out with his human office companions, like Kelsey here. And his favorite movies, I would say, he likes Hunchback of Notre Dame. He likes Rio. He likes Happy Feet. He does not like Seabiscuit. He does not like Seabiscuit.
And Sing is iffy sometimes.
Sing is also iffy.
Yeah.
There's one on loop. I can't remember. It was stuck in my brain for like 6 months.
Yeah. Whenever we're replaying the movie and it goes to, like, you know, it's a DVD player, like old classic, bring on your car ride DVD player. So it goes to the menu music. So the menu music for, I can tell you which of his favorite movies have the worst menu music. It's Sing. Sing is the worst one. Rio is also bad.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of times the movies we play are the ones that we like to listen to when we're working in the office, because if you have music in the background, it needs to be something that we enjoy listening to as well. So they pick their favorites, and then we pick our favorite of their favorites usually.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm on 10% battery.
Chat, this is it. This is the actual final push. Connor's on 10% battery. You guys are getting really sleepy. $13,309 total. Eden Envy is in the lead with $3,000, and Crowned Eye is very close with $2,444 for the top donator spot today. Chat, do not salute yet. But this is the end. Your last chance to donate to World Bird Sanctuary today. Also, just in case, if you guys can do like the biggest thank you ever to all of the staff at World Bird Sanctuary for teaching you guys so much today and giving the best tour ever, and so many special things that they did just for the stream is amazing. Thank you so much. Big thank yous, everybody. Very nice. Phoenix, thank you for the $5. Again, if you are just joining, we are finishing up here. World Bird Sanctuary is an organization that does conservation. They do breeding, they do release, they do education, like we've been doing for the past, I don't know, over an hour maybe. We've had a really awesome educational presentation down here. And they do rehab as well. So your donations today are going to expand their rehab program. They're doing a foster forest expansion of their rehab program. So every year they get in more and more patients for wildlife rehab, and they need more space to be able to help more of those birds. So your guys' donations are going to help with that program today. Crowned Eye donated $888.88, which puts Crowned Eye in the first place slot and puts our total at $14,203.
Thank you guys so much.
Today.
Incredible.
That's amazing.
That is unreal. Thank you so much. The reason that the top donators are fighting for that top slot is because the top donator today is going to get a plaque on one of those rehab aviaries. Eden Envy donated $500 to World Bird Sanctuary. Eden Envy and Crowned Eye are fighting for the top slot and making the donation goal very, very close to $15,000. $14,718.
It's unreal.
That's incredible. Thank you guys. Each aviary in the foster forest costs $30,000 or so to build. So this is a huge help for us to be able to take in more patients and get more birds back out into the wild as soon as they're ready. So thank you for that. Thank you.
It really is. You know what?
Battery percent update.
It just says 10%.
Oh no.
It doesn't tell me
It's just going to die.
It's going to die.
At certain points in our busiest time in our wildlife hospital, we've had our resident foster parents, great horned owls especially, are ones that we get a lot of. Thank you, Waylon. They might have, 10, in some cases even close to 14 babies with them at a time. So obviously we need a lot of space for that. It takes a lot to run this place as well. So, we wouldn't be able to do this kind of thing without your guys' help and support to help us take care of those birds.
Logan, thank you so much for the $50 donation.
Yeah, so Tishka, thank you for the 30.
What do you think, Waylon?
Okay, guys.
Waylon can maybe do.
Elephant, thank you for the $50. Boo Paul, thank you for the $25. Six Pool, thank you for the $25. Thank you guys for your final donations. $14,898, and Eden Envy donated $200 to get the top donator slot and to get us over 15K.
That's crazy.
Wow.
$15,099 today. Sun-Dried Bones just donated $100. Thank you so much. $15,199, which is a new record for an episode of Conservation Uncharted. Thank you guys so much. That is incredible. That's insane. Tellison, thank you for the $1. Appreciate it. Eden already had the top donor slot and then donated another $200.
Got to secure the lead.
Eden has secured the lead, and I think Crowned Eye has acknowledged that in chat as well. But Crowned Eye, thank you so much, as always. Just the most insanely generous donations at the last minute. Thank you so much. Chat, everybody clap for our top 3 donators today, and for yourselves, because a lot of you donated today. Eden Envy said, if I end up being on top, I would like my grandmother's name on the plaque, as she was a massive lover of birds. Oh, I just lost her DM. A massive lover of birds, and my best friend, she passed away 2 years ago. Her name was Virginia Ensminger.
We can do that, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Virginia?
Yes.
That's part of the Latin name for great horned owls.
Oh,
Bluebell
really?
virginianus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how
great
cool.
horned owl aviary.
That's amazing.
It's going on the Great Horned Owl Aviary. That's like gonna make me cry.
Me too.
That's so cool.
That message.
Space had it. Yeah, he copied
I took a
pasted it.
screenshot of it earlier too because I saw it.
Nice.
How perfect.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Eden
Waylon's probably
Envy
going to sign
said
up
it's
here.
time to go.
Okay. Can you do one more big wave to chat? Thank you. Good job, buddy. Oh my goodness. All right, pal.
Eden Envy, thank you for your insane donations today. I think we can all agree Eden is on the top here, and we are going to put Eden's grandmother's name, or World Bird Sanctuary is going to put Eden's grandmother's name on that aviary. That is so cool. Thank you all so much. I know some of you have been here the entire stream. I hope you learned a ton. Make sure you check out World Bird Sanctuary's website and socials. They have Instagram, they have Facebook, they have Twitter, and you can find their website as well. They have a wish list. I know you guys have probably bought a bunch of stuff off their wish list as well. Am I missing anything? Thank you so much. Oh, good call at World Bird Sanctuary. Big time. And Kelsey, thank you so much for doing this whole stream with us. All of you guys, so good.
Thank you.
You guys are so good at what you do. This was amazing. Chat, it's time to say your final thank yous. Everybody clap for Eden Envy. Incredible. Amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Space, I think it's time to start the raid. I think it is time. You guys will have a stream on Alveus tomorrow. And then I will see you again on Monday.
Hi, chat.
Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Yeah. Dance party. And also, chat, say your thank yous and hellos and hearts and smiles to all the World Bird Sanctuary staff that has been watching this stream today. Thank you guys so much for having me. I am so grateful. This has been an insane, incredible experience. I learned so much. Yeah, this is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Amazing. All right. All right, chatters. Goodbye. Goodbye. You could point at them. They can wave goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
There are other people who work here.
All right. Thank you guys so much. You can put the camera.